Unmute. What is up, you heathens and demons, sinners and saints? Beautiful, blasphemous bastards. Welcome back to Knock TV. What's up, Sal? Yeah, I'm home a little early today. What's up, Marty? My daughter has high ketones, so I had to, leave work and get some Gatorade Zero so she can flush out her system, hopefully get them ketones down so we can hopefully avoid an extended trip to the hospital. Yeah, I mean, it's scary with, Donald Trump like openly waging war on American healthcare if you have a type 1 diabetic daughter. It's terrifying. There's so much to it, so much to keep her healthy and, alive every day. And, to be waging war on the American healthcare system when, people just need their healthcare. It makes no sense. But how are y'all doing today? I'm home early. I decided, might as well stream, maybe watch some stuff. I got a lot of stuff that we can watch, react to stuff, maybe try to conversate with the side chat. Oh, thank you. This one guy, what's up, Robin? Yeah, I actually brought him inside today. Usually I keep him out in my car and makes it hard to read if I need to read anything. But, if she starts to get sick, starts to throw up, if I can't get her ketones under control, then probably we'll have to be heading to the hospital. So this could be a long stream, this could be a short stream, I don't know. But with me being here, able to check her every 2 hours to get the Gatorade, and it's mainly the electrolytes that her body needs. Usually she drinks water. She's a big water person, but her body needs electrolytes. What's up, Phantom X, Big Zebra? So I'm here early today. I actually left work at about 9:30. Got her situated, got her drinking some Gatorade, got some insulin into her. Hopefully her blood is going to be coming down. It's probably still a little too soon. And with ketones, it's always a struggle. But yeah, her blood is coming down a bit. That's good. What's going on, Speedy Romans? Thank you. Peace to you and yours. And yeah, today, I'm going to start looking at some things like, maybe some cracks are really starting to show in that MAGA base, that unflappable MAGA base. Things that I just was kind of listening to at work today while I was at work before I left early. Heather Richardson Cox is talking about, is the tide turning? But then also I have an interesting interview about Christian nationalism we could watch if I don't have to rush off to the hospital. There seems to be a rebranding of Nick Fuentes. He was on the PBD podcast, I think yesterday, maybe the day before. So we can take a look at that. Is he trying to step into the shoes of Charlie Kirk? I think he's probably the most obvious candidate. You just have to kind of rebrand that white nationalism, that white supremacy, to be a little more palpable. Because I think as we're seeing, even a lot of the MAGA base not too chill with just blatant fascism. Just blatant, like, what? Oh, wait, you're hate speech? Like, we can't say hate speech anymore? So, plenty of stuff that we can look at. I'm here today. I've got to be on it every 2 hours with my daughter. So might as well just look at shit. I'm thinking maybe to get back into the open rooms. Like, I'm paying all this money for StreamYard, and I'm not using it because I just got so disgusted with the blatant lies from MAGA, and I didn't really feel like, because right now people are going to be talking about Charlie Kirk. I didn't want to just be rage now that I'm sober, because people lying to me about this shit would just piss me off. But I'm thinking like maybe we'll have an open room Friday night. I'm gonna think about it. I'm paying like StreamYard is like fucking expensive now, and I'm paying for it, so I might as well be using it. And I just gotta find that calm. I gotta find that zen. I gotta be that, that wooden block, and just roll with the lies, man. Try to have a conversation. We'll see. Since I've been back, it's been hard to get people to come into my rooms. The last one was pretty good, but as often had been the case even before I left and did my hiatus from YouTube, it had become really hard to get what I call the opposing side into my rooms. Really hard to get MAGAs in there. Really, really hard to get Christians, and I think that was mainly because I had become known as Rage, the drunken rage that was gonna fucking shit on you for coming in my rooms. I was gonna let everybody gang up on you if you came into my rooms, and that's something that I think I'm gonna have to change. If I really want to get Christians in, get the other side in, so, and maybe even change up the format. Maybe one-on-ones, timed one-on-ones, stuff like that. We can do different kinds of conversational formats to make it a little fair, a little more fair, and make it easier to try to get some opposing forces in to have conversations with. It's just like, I'm going to have no tolerance for lies. If you're going to come in and lie about Charlie Kirk, about what the president's been saying and what the president's doing, it'll probably be a very short conversation. If you're a liar, I have no use for you. But yeah, I am planning on getting back to that. So this first one, I think we can just chill today. I could have made this a coffee with Knock, because I did like reheat my coffee from the morning since I came home early. I am drinking half coffee. I got a soda as well. We'll just chill out, watch some shit. How y'all doing? Upvote, you mean like? I'm such a bad YouTuber, and like this channel has been placed in YouTube obscurity. It's not getting any reach. This channel is dead and probably will always be dead. I am planning, if things work out, if things go according, next March, next April, to hopefully be moving, to have more space, and at that point, create a new channel. Until then, I want to try to get some decent content in, some decent conversations in that I can take to the new channel. And then, slowly work on archiving what I'm going to keep on this channel. So eventually, and that's why I'm not really trying to really do YouTube right now. I do want to try to do YouTube right, but I want to try to do it on a channel that I can actually see if it's working, right? Like I've put some time into like really studying this YouTube thing, and I'm hoping I'm going to be better at it this go around. But to me, it's like, why even try? With this channel. This channel is dead. But thank you guys for being here. You guys are not dead. You guys keep me alive. But you know what I'm saying? Like the demonetization. Once your channel's demonetized, you get no reach. Like it's going to be really hard to get new eyes on your channel at that point. So just a big mistake in that regard. I could go through video by video. I was thinking about doing it. Clean up the act and try to go through a long process of like getting all right, just a second. All right, sorry about that. Actually, I'm gonna have to keep this off for a bit, as my daughter is going to be up in this room. So yeah, we'll just get to watching some shit. How are y'all doing? Yeah, 10 people here. How are y'all doing? Y'all aren't dead. Y'all are keeping the channel alive. I do appreciate it, and all the people that asked me to come back. So many people like rage is needed right now. Trump's going crazy, and so that makes you feel good when that happens. It makes you feel real good that people, as drunk as you were. Oh yeah, I forgot. Ronnie, just there's a small section that you can't show up in. Just be aware, because my camera is on. Yeah, I forgot what I was saying. This video is this new form of protest that I'm just digging, right? And it started back in the day with tagging, and I think Banksy, I always say it wrong, really like popularized it and made it this new kind of protest, and more people are taking this type of artistic protest up. And I, as a failed artist, as somebody that still has a lot of artistic talent that I just don't utilize, I am here for this. This is how one of the many ways we need to be protesting, but I think this is one of the most impactful ways you can truly protest. I can only imagine the rage Donald Trump and his cronies feel when they discovered this shit. So let's check this out.
You can't keep getting away with it!
That is a dramatization of what Trump looks like in the White House right now, after a shadowy group of artists struck again with another giant statue mocking Trump right on his front lawn.
He can't keep getting away with it!
I think it's awesome that these artists are doing this every week, especially now when it's surprisingly dangerous to be doing so, as everybody from Jimmy Kimmel to local school board officials are losing their jobs if they post something that is even perceived as being offensive. But even still, this group of anonymous artists are going strong, starting this new tradition of weekly installations.
All right, so yeah, they've been doing this shit every week, and this new one is Trump and Epstein holding hands, and they place that shit on the National Mall. Like, that is fucking... And, how do you get away with this shit, man? The art is great, right? Like, the art is great. It's not bad art, but at the same time, getting away with putting the art there, man, it takes a whole different level of brilliant. And eventually they're going to get caught. And eventually the book is going to get thrown at them. But it's not just this group in D.C. I'm sure it's like several groups in D.C., but it's all over the country that this shit is happening. And I'm here for this, man. This is how you do it. They'll call it destruction of property, blah, 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 blah. But this is how you fucking do it.
Rotating gallery of middle fingers to the president. Here's a short list, in case you missed it, from the infallible Steve Harness.
And if you've seen some of my other videos here, you know that we've had a lot of artists trying to defeat that sword with public pieces of protest art, like the bronze poop on Nancy Pelosi's desk, the golden TV playing Trump and his buddy Epstein together on a loop, the dictator-approved golden fist crushing the Statue of Liberty. How about the red Trump statue coming out of a sewer in New York City, the J.D. Vance mural in Philadelphia, or the...
That one might be my favorite. That one might be my favorite right there.
Giant Elon Musk head at a state park that he gutted the funding for. How about the street art in Los Angeles showing Trump and his boyfriend? The plaque on a Trump golf course.
Yeah. This is why Trump wants to go after George Soros, right? Like, George Soros been busy giving out that Soros money, and these people been working for that money. They've been working for that money, but I still ain't getting no checks, George. I'm poor. I'm worried about my daughter's health care. I need me some Soros money. I need me some... I'm a good lefty. I'm a good lefty. I'm a lefty. I'm not a liberal. I don't know if that matters.
Horse bench honoring the terrific guy, Jeffrey Epstein, or both of them being projected onto Windsor Castle in England this week, appearing on mugs together in the gift shop there. And of course, their faces on a giant picture on the lawn of the castle.
And this is the latest rendition of real, genuine protest art. Don't worry, this isn't a false alarm like the golden statue from last time. These artists wanted to immortalize Trump and Epstein's long, very deeply held friendship. Just like your friendship with Really American can be immortalized by hitting the subscribe button, there is a series of plaques on this bronze statue of Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein gingerly holding hands.
Yeah. I mean, I think he earned a sub. We're gonna sub to this guy. Really American. I like you. We're gonna check out more of your content.
While throwing their other hands in the air and kicking their legs back like they're frolicking through a field of flowers. The middle plaque reads, "In honor of friendship, we celebrate the long-lasting bond between President Donald J. Trump and his close friend Jeffrey Epstein," with the classic millennial version of the hand heart. And just below, it says,
that's how you do it, right? Like, not only are you doing art for art's sake, but the art in itself, the protest in itself is art. You hit them where it hurts most, right? You hit them where it hurts most. And yeah, like, I don't see how they get away with this. Like, how are you not caught by cameras? You know, I know Banksy, his old manager came out and said, like, they'll do the shit in broad daylight, right? Like, they'll be like dressed up as construction workers or, you know, police officers or something like that, and there'll be like 3 or 4 of them, and it looks just like something you're gonna see every day, right? So people don't even pay any attention, and they'll do the shit right in fucking broad daylight, and that's how they've never gotten caught. And I'm like, that's fucking brilliant. But now that they know that, I'm sure they're doing it at night now. You know, but like, just how you know, the art is art, the protest is art, the getting away with it is art, and eventually they're going to get caught. But the fact that they got away with it up to this point, you know, that anybody gets away with it in today's day and age. And we're going to be talking about this as we go, if we actually make it to that part of the stream. Again, like, you know, if it could be any moment when DKA hits my daughter, like with high ketones. I've gotten better and better and better at fighting them, but it can be any moment. She just starts puking and it's time to go to the hospital. So we'll see how this goes today. I came home early so we don't go to the hospital. So that's kind of what I'm banking on. If I can be here, make sure she's doing insulin every 2 hours, keeping her blood down, keeping her hydrated, then we can avoid the hospital and hopefully have her ketones down and normal by the morning time. But this has been like a 2 or 3 day thing now. It's probably a period thing. Puberty is the worst time, especially for girls, type 1 diabetics. Puberty is awful, and we are definitely in that period. And her monthly cycle, that time of the month is the worst time of the month when it comes to her diabetes. It's a never-ending nightmare if you're the parent of a type 1 diabetic.
As voiceover, there must be more to life than having everything. If you just had a chill run up your spine, that's probably because you recognized that that's the first line of Donald Trump's creepy little letter to his best friend Epstein. Here's the plaque that's under the statue of Jeffrey Epstein. It's all of his lines from the weird, like, sketch or skit that Donald Trump wrote. And of course, on Donald Trump's side,
so what the hospital does is they put her on a drip and they put her on saline to hydrate her, because what DKA is pretty much her body shutting down. So like her heart will start hurting her really bad, pumping really fast, and then, like, you know, her organs will start shutting down, and it's because she's completely dehydrated. So that's what, you know, like, I have to get, you know, Gatorade. I have to get something that has electrolytes in it to kind of combat it. If I was just feeding her insulin and making her drink a lot of water, we'd be in the hospital by tomorrow. But the electrolytes is really what's going to combat it, and that's they're just going to be able to give it to her, you know, in an IV as opposed to, you know, in Gatorade Zero, and they can, you know, they do a pretty good job at taking care of it. It's quite normal. In fact, my daughter goes DKA a lot less than most diabetics, but her I can't think of the terminology, but basically her cell levels are bad. So she's at like 9% HC1, something like that. We need her to be down at 7%, and that's kind of helping drive her ketones high. But she will be going on the pump soon, as long as insurance stays consistent. She'll be going on the pump soon, and that'll help out a lot as well. That'll keep her on a constant drip. Although DKAs can become more common on a pump. But yeah, I could talk about this shit for hours.
Are all of his lines from the script, along with his very real signature, despite what they're trying to say.
And I think they take
I don't do drawings.
they take down the statues.
I'm not a drawing person. I don't do drawings.
And the statue is still there. This was just posted a couple of minutes ago, and you can see that even at
I guess it was still there. This dude made this 13 hours ago, so it was still there last night.
nighttime that a small crowd is gathering so people can take photos of this momentous piece of art. Now, the artistes who are responsible for this awesome masterpiece are yet to be revealed. They apparently contacted the Wall Street Journal here to give them a heads up, but understandably did not want to be identified. Here's the headline from the Wall Street Journal: statue of Trump and Epstein holding hands placed on National Mall. The work is the latest installation in Washington by an anonymous group of artists critical of the president. The Wall Street Post was alerted to the Trump and Epstein statue early Tuesday morning by a text from someone claiming to be one of the artists responsible for its creation and its predecessors. His identity has not been confirmed by the Post, but he has provided information about the artworks that would only be available to someone involved in their manufacture and placement. In a photo interview Tuesday, he said he wants to remain anonymous because he wants the artwork to speak for itself. I think that is the perfect approach. We have something of an American Banksy happening here. The new installation drew scorn from the White House. Liberals are free to waste their money however they see fit, but it's not news that Epstein knew Donald Trump because Donald Trump kicked Epstein out of his club for being a creep. Yeah, right. White House spokeswoman Abigail Jackson said in an email, Democrats, the media, and the organization that's wasting their money on this statue knew about Epstein and his victims for years and did nothing to help them, while President Trump was calling for transparency and is now delivering on it with thousands of pages of documents. One, just because other people may not have said anything about it in the past.
So you guys seem to know this Lupin Wolf dude. He's been commenting on my posts lately. I always welcome new trolls, but you guys seem to know this dude. I have no idea who you are.
Doesn't mean that we shouldn't do anything about it now. And two, the thousands of pages of documents are just the same documents that we're getting over and over and over again. It sounds to me from the statement that the Trump administration is not happy about these artworks. They're probably not showing Trump them directly, or else he's going to be pissed. I mean, we know his ego is as fragile as his grasp on reality.
People don't like me.
Here's how some of the people in D.C. responded to the statue. Dan Mariano, 32, was going...
So he probably would have liked me a lot better a couple years ago. See, Lupin, I used to be you. You know, you can quit, my dude. You can quit. You'll be a better person. You'll speak better. You'll speak better if you stop drinking.
For a walk in the mall when he came across the statue. He said, it's a very powerful message to show that rapidly disappearing freedom of speech still exists, not just in the United States, but here in the Capitol, Mariano said. The statue, he said, is a reminder of what is going to be part of the president's legacy, his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. The legacy of the two men are inseparable, like peas in a pod, peanut butter and jelly.
Yeah, I mean... It's kind of unfortunate for Trump because, you know, Trump like cares about legacy, and you know, he had a chance, right? Like he had a chance. He could have came in and proved everybody wrong and been and governed, right? Like he could have came in and governed. He could have done what he said and not try to implement Project 2025. You know, he could have governed from a conservative, and I'll even grant like a movement conservative 10 years ago, not an actual conservative with a political philosophy of conservatism. You know, that's those people are rhinos. But he could go. He could have came in and governed just like that, just like maybe a George Bush governed, and really cemented a legacy of kind of like owning the libs, right? Like that would have been the ultimate own of the libs. To come in and actually govern well would have been the ultimate owning of the libs. Light just changed. That means somebody's up here. I have like a half an hour before my next insulin check. So I always lose track of my thoughts if anything distracts me. Don't get old, people. Don't get old. But yeah, he could have cemented his legacy and actually owned the libs by governing well, proving us all wrong. But he comes in on his vendetta tour trying to like break America. And yeah, like 25% of your base wants to do that. And they're the loudest 25% of your base. But the rest of the people that voted for you, they don't want that shit. And we're starting to see that. Unless you're a fascist, like, some folks in the side chat, you don't want to see fascism in America, right? They didn't vote for Trump to be a fascist. They didn't vote for Trump to come in and do his revenge tour. They voted because they thought the southern border was broken, and they voted for him because they thought he was going to fix the economy and make the groceries cheaper. And it's been fucking butt-fuck crazy ever since. It's been absolute insanity. And the one thing that every decent human being should be able to agree on is you don't fuck children. You don't take advantage of the most innocent among us. That should be a no-brainer. Both sides can agree on that, right? And if you know who is doing that, well, you make sure that the authorities know and that they are being taken out of society so they can no longer harm children. And that has been a failure of not only the Trump administration, but the Biden administration as well. We need to hold all of these fuckers accountable for protecting the PDF files. And it's not a partisan thing. It should not be a partisan thing. If you're protecting PDF files in this country, you are as guilty as they are. And we've now had a Democratic administration seemingly did not pursue any of these PDF files. And we now have a Republican administration that promised not only to release the PDF files, but to have full transparency on them. And instead is just blowing up the cover up and making it so fucking apparent that it cannot be denied. And now all of their credibility is blown. Half of MAGA is outraged that they are using Charlie Kirk to try to like attack their political opponents, because half of MAGA still has some sort of principle. Like they went mask off too fast. It's like in the new Superman movie, right? Lex tells the prime minister of Baravia or whatever the fuck it was that, we can't move forward until the alien is off the board, until Superman is off the board. You had to get the left off the board before you went mask off, you fucking idiots. You had to do it first and then go mask off. But I don't know. They might still, they have all the levers of power, right? They might still very well get away with it. But if we make it there, we're going to talk about that too. It's like, do they really want a civil war? Do they even know what the fuck they're getting into? All the videos and comments I've seen of like how they're going to go house to house and just I don't know, have like killing orgy parties to where they just go house to house and they just kill everybody easily, and it's going to be some kumbaya moment where they get rid of all the evil lefties in America. It's not going to be like that. It's not going to be like that at all.
Giuliani and prostitutes. District resident Alexander Howard, 48, said he was excited to see the statue. This epitomizes exactly how our First Amendment continues to uphold in practice, not just in principle, he said. We're still allowed to do that most American thing, poke fun at the most powerful.
See, I mean, like, stuff like that doesn't even bother me. You just make yourself look like an idiot, dude. You make yourself look like you're 12. Are you a 12-year-old? Are you a child trying to play grow up? Shouldn't you be in school?
Powerful people in the world, including the elected leaders and oligarchs who govern us. If there's one thing that Americans are going to do, it's make a lot of noise when we're not happy. Mary Zhu, who was out for a morning run when she stopped to see the artwork, said, "With all that's going on, I'm pleasantly surprised that this is something that is still being allowed," she said. Not everyone, however, wanted to go on the record. One couple said that they were federal employees who had taken early retirement. They liked the statue's message, but said that they didn't want to attach their names to a quote, just in case it would jeopardize their retirement agreement. And I can understand why these folks wouldn't want to be named.
No, not you, Sammy. I was talking to the Wolf Den, Lupin Wolf, with his, like, what did he say? I feel bad for your family and anyone who is desperate enough to stick it in you. Like, that's shit a 12-year-old would say. Like, you're a child. You're a child. Or, I mean, maybe you weren't talking to me, stick it in you, but I don't know. That's just, like, stuff a child would say. But he's been all up in my, like, comments on my community post. Which I haven't really read many of them. Like, mostly my community post is like, if I'm not streaming, this is why. And right now it's been, I don't want to talk to liars. So, and he's had a lot to say about that.
Because even people who have a much smaller footprint,
he wants me to have a conversation with him. This Lupin Wolf guy, the Wolf Den, and you know, I might. I told him no. I don't feel like being lied to. But I might, just to test out like my patience levels now. You know, I haven't really been in a situation where I got to test out like how patient I can be with insanity. You know, when I was drunk, that was like that much. I'm thinking I've got like that much now, so it might be a good test. But like everything he said that I've read so far has just been idiocy. It's like a 12-year-old. Why do I want to beat up on a 12-year-old?
Did in a Post article are getting digitally lynched by MAGA for not even saying anything offensive at all. This school board member in Pennsylvania was forced to step down after MAGA thought that she posted something negative about Charlie Kirk, but really it was about gardening. Here's what the lady posted: 1 down, hundreds to go. And she alleges that her post was meant to accompany a video of wind blowing one of the milkweed seed pods that she customarily releases to nourish
that's almost over. So Heather Cox Richardson put this out about 12 hours ago. I know Robert Reich has been kind of talking about it, and you know, Robert Reich is this uber liberal dude. He was in the Obama administration, I think. Economist, I think he is. I follow him on Facebook because, of course, I would. If you're MAGA out there. But, you know, people, and even I've been kind of noticing, you know, like the people in my family that's usually uber loud about Trump have kind of quieted down. Now, a lot of them either unfriended me or I unfriended them for whatever various arguments we were in. But not all of them, and I still got a lot of North Carolina people that, like, I'm probably like the only leftist they know, so they hang on to my Facebook. I give all those people props. I don't know how, unless they just like put my page completely up. But that defeats the purpose of keeping me around if you're not seeing me, because I'm sure like it's got to be because I'm so alien to them. Yes, there's this thing happening because they went full mask off too soon. And I mean, like, really, like, Trump went full mask off right from the get when he appointed the car guy and all the Project 2025 people to his administration. He should have probably held off a year before doing that, honestly. Like, if he really wanted to sell it to all of his, because Trump's base is pretty massive. I'm not delusional about his base. Like, the alt-right pipeline have hit so many people, and so many people you wouldn't expect. Brown-colored people, black-colored people, women, gay people, trans people, like people that you wouldn't expect fall for it, get sucked into it. And if he really wanted to, like, keep all of them, they had to like come in full mask on for a while, and they just fucking did. They just came in. I give no fucks at all. And it's really kind of, I think, destroyed their chances of succeeding. Now, they have all the power. We're going to see if we actually have a free and fair midterm election. But I think that they've defeated their purposes, and other people are seeing it. So let's check this out.
It has been quite a week, has it not? If you think back the last 7 days or maybe the last 10 days. And somebody asked what I thought about.
I'll do an open room on Friday. If you guys will actually come in, because a lot of times you'll talk your shit in the side chat and not come in. I'll have an open room on Friday. I'm off Saturday, so it'll start early. It'll be an afternoon open room. We'll start around 3:00. And yeah, come in. We'll see how long it takes. I'm not going to be lied to by stupid people. I'm just not. I mean, I would rather do something else. I would rather play Civ 6 than be lied to by stupid people.
Robert Reich's piece today, in which he said that the sleeping giant has awakened, and I'm going to agree. Now, you should be aware that I've been thinking this is coming down for literally years.
I have a child that has high ketones. I am busy all day today with a child that is type 1 diabetic, and that is more important than you. I will open a room on Friday if I don't have to take care of my child. I am a single dad. So, no more with you. Let's hear what Heather has to say.
Take what I say with maybe a whole shaker of salt, but it feels to me like things are different now than they were 10 days ago. And that the American people are really paying attention now to what Trump and his loyalists are doing, and they are no longer giving those things the benefit of the doubt, which, people usually do at the beginning of an administration. They tend to say, oh, well, it's going to be good. It's going to be good change. And look at all that person promised, and we're going to get all that stuff. And in fact, we know from the polls, which are lower by the day, that the people who voted for Trump, expecting him, for example, to make the economy better and lower inflation, are dealing with the fact that the opposite has happened, that in fact, unemployment is higher and inflation is rising. And, there are fewer job openings, and a lot of the things that he promised have not only not come to pass, we've seen the opposite. So they're looking at that. They're also looking at the fact, and I think this one's really interesting, that a lot of people thought that Trump was simply going to get rid of the criminal undocumented immigrants amongst us. And as I've said, we had the mechanisms to do that anyway. One of the issues that, we had the mechanism to do that anyway, but when he kept talking about getting rid of the worst of the worst and so on and so forth, what a lot of people didn't realize, and I remember having this argument with a MAGA voter back in last December, that the people in his orbit maintain that the very act of crossing the border without documentation makes you a criminal who is the worst of the worst. And a lot of people didn't expect to see grandmothers who'd been here for 30 years and all the people who have become part of the fabric of the United States.
Yeah, and what she's talking about right now, that was like an immediate reaction. Like even people like Joe Rogan, that was like the first criticisms they had of Trump. Like, you know, it's easy to talk about massive deportation if you're like framing it in a way like you're going to get rid of like the violent criminals. It's quite another when you're raiding, you know, factories, when you're raiding Home Depots, when you're raiding all these different workplaces, when you're taking kids out of school, when you're waiting for parents to bring kids to school, when you're showing up at court hearings where people are trying to legally enter the country, you know, like, or people are showing up to their court hearings like they're supposed to, you know, like, yeah, it's quite another thing to see just the blatant disregard of humanity. Because, you know, unfortunately for them, the country isn't 90% white supremacist anymore. It just isn't. It's not 1860 anymore. And they were having troubles with it then. A la, you know, Republican Party. The actual liberal Republican Party. So this has been a thing that's kind of been the only like ripple in the MAGA wave that's onslaughted America since Trump entered until recently, since Trump came back until recently. They were all gung-ho with you know, the pardoning of all the January 6ers. That included the violent criminals. That also included the January 6ers that had been caught with fucking child porn when they were arrested. It was just carte blanche pardon for all of them. The ones that were found guilty of sedition and treason, or I think it was just sedition, but same fucking thing. But here recently we've seen some major cracks. And really, it's not even been recent. It's been since Iran. I mean, it wasn't even really the Epstein files. The Epstein files came after. I mean, they blew up after the Iran attack, but it was that Iran attack that really started to crack that MAGA wave. And the absolute support for Israel that's come with Donald Trump. His base, he's not reading his base there, and Donald Trump usually reads his base. The 2016 base for Donald Trump was pro-Israel. The 2025 base for Donald Trump is anti-Israel as fuck, and it's growing more anti-Israel with every waking second of the day. Every waking second of the day, it becomes more anti-Israel. And he's not reading that. And that's breaking MAGA.
States be deported or even be rendered to third countries, and they're not happy with seeing that, and they're not happy with seeing the masked ICE agents on the streets, and they're not happy with the use of American troops in cities as well. So he's underwater on that, and he's underwater on all the other issues that he said he would do. And if you remember back during the campaign, I kept saying he's promising.
I feel the sentiment, Phantom X. And we need to keep looking at it. I'm not saying that we should stop looking at it, but so far all the science indicates that rehabilitation doesn't work. That people that have these urges don't lose these urges once they have them. I think that there is like medication that can dampen the effects, and I'm not for like, what is it called, like euthanasia or whatever, where, you know, like castration, like legal castration or whatever. I think that we probably should lock them away for the rest of their life. I think it should be a life sentence, just because, until we can figure out a way to actually rehabilitate them, because so far it just doesn't appear that they can be.
everything to everyone, even when the things he's promising are mutually incompatible. And you can't be wet and dry at the same time. So lots of people are going to get unhappy. And that's what you're seeing now. And we're coming now into the fall, into to the a period when you're going to see a lot of the policies that the administration has put in place starting really to have teeth, starting really to take effect. Not least, and I'll talk more about this in the future, in a little bit, the rise in the cost of health premiums for people who are buying healthcare insurance on the Affordable Care Act markets are facing extraordinary jumps in their premiums because of the one big beautiful act, which is what they are calling the Budget Reconciliation Bill Act, that the
All right, and this is so important because their policy is indiscriminate, right? There's no way you can make policy only for, right wingers that doesn't, or there's no way you can make policy that's only going to really affect left wingers and not affect right wingers. And like I said, they have these fissures already. These cracks are showing up in the MAGA base. And soon these policies are going to start taking place. And they somehow think they're going to be able to blame it on Democrats when it happens. It's not going to happen. So, but the first of it, as far as I understand it, they pushed the Medicaid cuts, the big Medicaid cuts. Although, also as far as I understand it, blue states aren't getting money. That includes even the blue states that went to Trump, I guess, because Michigan's cut $4.5 billion from their budget because they're not getting federal money, and red states are getting federal money. So, but these policies are going to take hold and affect everybody. And even in those blue states that he's going to try to really hammer it the worst, I guess, by all indication. He'll probably give what help he can to the red states to get through. I fully expect he's going to bail out the farmers, and he's going to bail out the red states as much as he can. But people are going to die. People are going to starve. People are going to not be able to eat like they're used to. They're not going to be able to live like they used to. And the fascists might be okay with that. But again, that's not all of them. I don't even think that's half of them. It's probably 25% of them that are actually fascist, actually want to see fascism in America. This shit it's going to erupt in their faces. And I think that's why they're trying to push and utilize this Charlie Kirk thing the way they are, because they know it's going to blow up in their faces. They see the writing on the wall. And they need to consolidate power as fast as they can, because it's going to blow the fuck up. People are going to die. And if you're really worried about political violence, how much political violence do you think there's going to be when people's children start dying? I think I see all over YouTube and shit ex-CIA agents saying be out of the United States by 2030. I think it's be out of the United States by 2026. Unfortunately for most of us, we're paycheck to paycheck. How are we going to get anywhere? How are we going to get far? America's fucked. We're broken. But it might not. I don't think it's too late. I think they went mask off too early, and I think they're losing. People are peeling off, and pretty soon, people is going to be demanding those Epstein files. They're not going to take no for an answer, and it's not really the radical left you have to be worried about here. It's the radical right. It's all those crazy people with guns that don't trust what you're telling them about FBI. from the FBI about the Charlie Kirk shooting. They definitely don't believe what you're telling them about the Epstein files. Most of the shit that I show when it comes to like the conspiracy theories surrounding Charlie Kirk comes from preppers, right? You don't get more right wing than a motherfucking prepper. Like you just don't get more right wing than that unless you're a neo-Nazi.
Republicans passed in July, it got rid of the tax credits for purchasing health insurance for people who made between 100
Wolf,
and
you talk a lot.
400% of the federal poverty level. And that means that their premiums have gone up significantly, but that also means that healthier people have chosen not to enter the healthcare market. And that has meant that premiums for the people who are in it have also leaped up. And that's going to come back in before the end of this to haunt us in this moment. So there is this the sense of dropping popularity for Trump. But what happened in the last 10 days seems to me to feel different. And I think to Robert Reich as well. And that is on the heels of the murder of Charlie Kirk, the right-wing activist in Utah, about 10 days ago now. I think I've a little bit lost track of time. What you saw was the attempt of loyalists around the president to weaponize that murder to go after people they considered their political opponents before anybody had any idea even who the murderer was.
All right, I will be right back. I have got to go do an insulin check. So she needs 3. Take me about 3 or 4 minutes, probably. Be right back.
And again, that person is now in custody, but still is alleged because there has not been a trial and we haven't seen evidence and so on. But even before that, there was this concerted effort to tar everybody who did not agree with Trump and MAGA as a terrorist, or as they or them or the Democrats or the left was responsible for this murder. That, I think, made people extremely uncomfortable, as it was very clear it was part of an attempt to stop criticism of the administration. And you saw that finally with the chair of the Federal Communications Commission, Brendan Carr, saying on a podcast of a right-wing podcaster who before the election was one of those who was being funded by Russia, Carr saying that ABC News better think about continuing to have comedian Jimmy Kimmel on air because it needed a broadcast license, and there were other ways in which the FCC could come down on that person or on that company because they were permitting the spread of. They couched it as an attack on the circumstances around Charlie Kirk's murder. But in fact, if you watch Jimmy Kimmel, which I had not until after this, you see that basically his monologues are a litany of attacks on Trump. And that, if you don't know Kimmel, it seems pretty clear that's what was really going on. And that really came home to a lot of people for whom I think the Constitution and the rights that we enjoy in the United States seem somewhat abstract, that they couldn't think they could lose them. And all of a sudden, a number of people, including Ted Cruz, who is a senator from Texas, but who seems to spend most of his time now with it running his podcast, including Tucker Carlson, a right-wing media personality, a lot of people who use their platforms in ways that can certainly be offensive, sort of said, wait a minute here, we've really got to protect the Constitution. And the outcry among the American people with the sudden recognition that they too could be on the wrong side of a government that was willing to do that made such pressure on Disney, which owns ABC, which is the employer of, or the group that runs Jimmy Kimmel Live, reversed course yesterday, and Jimmy Kimmel will be back on the air tonight. Jimmy Kimmel Live will be back on the air tonight, and people have said, will he have been cowed? And in that case, hasn't everybody lost? Now, listen, I am not somebody who knows that much at all about that TV world. But if you look at what Stephen Colbert did after his show was not renewed, he has certainly, I think, not pulled any punches at all. I mean, I think he's more outspoken than he was before. And I would be shocked if Kimmel doesn't do the same thing, because in a sense he has been inoculated. But I don't know anything really about him or his habits. So somebody who else knows him might be able to fill people in more than that. But the point is that with that out there, a number of things became pretty apparent last week, I think, about the administration that maybe people weren't paying attention to. So, on the heels of that whole brouhaha, you had what appeared to be a direct message from Trump to Attorney General Pam Bondi, in which he expressed fury that the interim
Yeah, and that's the thing, like, when you start attacking the Constitution openly without, like, really prepping or grooming your political opponent, or your base for it, right? Like, these people, sure, they've generationally been taught that lost cause narrative in all its various forms. Sure, they came to you through an alt-right pipeline on the internet in 2015, 2016, 2017, maybe even 2018. But at the core of all of that we're constitutionalists, right? Like, my entire life, all I've heard from the Republican Party is we're constitutionalists. You know, you have to... law is applicable to the Constitution by the letter, because and not just the letter, but by what the forefathers meant. It's how we have these crazy ass interpretations of the Second Amendment, to where even if you grant that the forefathers meant for people to have an individual right, and I think it's clearly obvious that they didn't mean that. They meant for militias. Like, in this moment right now, if you have a sitting president trying to tear up the Constitution calls, through the Second Amendment, for the forming of militias and the arming of militias. But that's how they get these various interpretations, because they get to play, word prophecy or thought prophecy on what the forefathers was thinking, as if the forefathers could imagine an America with 350 million guns, and not just like muskets, but like modern day guns. But that's all we've heard from these Republicans for my entire life, is we're constitutionalists. We believe in the Constitution of America. So if you start trampling on that Constitution without, like, the only prep they really had was like joking on Truth Social about suspending the Constitution on the first day, right? Like, clearly, I that's just Trump being Trump, kind of like how he was going to send the military in American cities or go after his political opponents. It's just Trump being Trump, kind of like how he was going to go after Medicaid and Medicare. That's just Trump being Trump. He'll never do nothing like that. Not really. Never in a million years. So, like, this Republican Party, like, so the burden of power is you've got to make it work. If you don't make if you're going to change everything up, if you're going to burn it all down, you better have something to replace it. Something that works. And that's the fucking problem. They've never had anything that worked. All these years, they've wanted to tear down the ACA. And if you want to do that, the way you do that is by replacing it with something else. They're not doing that. It's just die, motherfuckers, die. That's what we get. That's the replacement. Death.
Nominee, the interim person who was the U.S. attorney for.
I mean, if you're just gonna insult people, we can just ban you. I mean, I understand being drunk. It is like early. Like, chill out, dude. But if you're just going to insult people, then we'll just ban you. So that's your warning.
The district that was looking at whether or not New York Attorney General Letitia James had committed mortgage fraud, which seemed pretty clearly to be a trumped up charge, that hadn't really happened. And this is an attempt of the administration to use the law to go after her. And also expressed fury that same person had decided not to pursue a case against James Comey, the former FBI director, who had refused to drop the case looking into whether members of Trump's 2016 campaign had been working alongside Russian operatives, or the connections between the two. Both of them were, the administration had pushed investigations of them based on what really seemed to be trumped up charges. And this interim U.S. attorney, Eric Siebert, who was very well regarded both by Republicans and by Democrats, said, I'm not going to prosecute this. I don't have evidence for that. And Trump wrote what appeared to be a direct message that he then, of course, posted for everyone to see to Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, and said, this is ridiculous. You got to go after these guys. We know they've committed crimes. I can just tell they've committed crimes, and we have to go after them. And then he reiterated that to reporters in the Oval Office. And of course, that weaponization of the political system is one that has been pretty obvious to those paying close attention for a while. But I think seeing it in black and white like that from the president really opened up the eyes of a lot of people to recognize that anybody could be next. Crossing the president made it clear that they could find someone, as was quoted on social media. That's something that one of the members of communist secret police forces have said, find the man and I'll show you the crime. I'll find something on anybody. And of course, that would be wildly impeachable for any other presidency. There was also the fact that Tom Homan, who is now Trump's border czar, his actual title is that he's an advisor to the president, is apparently, allegedly, on video. The FBI caught him on video in 2024 accepting a bag of $50,000 with $50,000 in it in exchange for promising the FBI agents who were posing as business people that he would make sure they got contracts in border security in a new Trump administration. And
yeah, I mean, like, the corruption's just out of control. Trump is like, so a lot of Trump's base are just like middle class dudes with trucks. They wear their like flannel shirts over a black t-shirt with a white American flag on it. Or they're wearing camouflage. They're just really basic people, country folk, kind of people I grew up with. And he's turning the White House into trying to make it into some kind of palace, tearing up the history of America. The White House was supposed to not be a palace. Huh. I'm going to have to go check on my kid. It was supposed to not be a palace. And at some point, the people start to look at that and they're like, dude, coffee costs me like $18 for this can now, a bag of chips is like $5. A soda is like $3.50, $4 now. Everything's going up. And you're surrounding yourself with gold and luxury, and how long do you think that's going to fly with these people? The country folk I know, they're not going to really appreciate that. That's going to really turn them off, I think. I mean, that's my it's just, it makes no sense.
The response in the administration to that was, first, well, he didn't commit a crime, even though that is a crime, and it certainly appears to be a crime. And secondly, he then said, well, the White House said he didn't ever take the money, and then Homan went out in public and said, well, what I did wasn't a crime. Well, you know, again, this is a group of people who spent 4 years trying to pin on Joe Biden the idea that he had somehow accepted a bribe or that his son had accepted a bribe. And now they're saying, oh, never mind, I don't care. So there were all of those areas. And then there were a couple of others as well. The other one that jumps out are the extraordinary attacks on the American public health system by Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And that has been shown through changes to the vaccination schedule. And if you recall, he promised Senator Bill Cassidy from Louisiana, who is himself a doctor, Robert Kennedy is not, that he wouldn't make changes to the vaccine systems in the US. And of course, as soon as he was confirmed, Kennedy went ahead and did that. He fired a whole bunch of people who are on the advisory committee for vaccines, and then they have begun the process of changing the vaccine schedules. And doctors and public health people recognize that this is a ticking time bomb. And similarly, the cuts to funding for cancer, for example, and the many ways in which the administration is attacking the public health system are really deeply problematic. And there is also, of course, what happened yesterday when Trump said he would have the FDA announce to physicians that for pregnant women to take acetaminophen during their pregnancies would create.
Yeah, I feel you too. I don't think it's time to panic yet. Like I think that there's still plenty of political solutions. There's still time for people to get their head out of their asses. I mean, and do the right thing. There's still time for people, and we're gonna get there because people are starting to talk about what needs to happen. There is a way in the Constitution to fix this. And then if JD wants to pull the same shit, there is a way in the Constitution to fix it until they stop pulling their shit, until they stop trying to break the Constitution. The moment you break your oath as a president, you should be facing impeachment. The moment you say you hate the people you're supposed to be governing, you should be facing impeachment.
Creates a very high risk of autism in their babies. There's just no evidence for that. There's been no change in the evidence we have. This is part of the crusade that Kennedy has been on. But again, doctors and public health people recognize that this is wildly dangerous for our public health system and for the American people. So all of those things happened at once. But why do things feel different? So I'm going to step back a little bit here and remind you that Trump all along has, since 2016, has been doing things that for any other president would be deal breakers. And he has never had to grapple with the consequences because the Republican Party supported him. No matter what he did, the Republican Party supported him, which itself is deeply problematic, but also a really interesting moment in our political history, that people who otherwise have taken oaths to the Constitution are walking away from their power to give everything over to one guy. But now things are different. And they feel different, I think, because Trump can no longer command the votes that he could even as recently as November 2024. And what I mean by that is that the Make America Healthy Again, the MAHA people, are furious at Kennedy for making a link between autism and acetaminophen or Tylenol. They wanted to see him say there was a link between autism, and vaccines. And they're very angry that he did not do that. They're also angry that he has backed away from his previous claims about autism and pesticides, which is another thing that, again, a lot of researchers were exploring, and now he has backed off on that. So even though the Kennedy is infuriating people like me who care about vaccines and public health, he's also infuriating those people who turned out for Trump because he is not delivering on their pet peeves. Similarly, one of the big things for Trump getting into office in 2024 were the people who wanted to see the release of the Epstein files. That is, the government files that were compiled during the investigation of Jeffrey Epstein, a convicted sex offender. And that, again, the Trump administration ran on, they promised, and then in July of this year, backed off and said, no, we're not going to release anything. There were no files, and that case is closed. Well, then, of course, things started to leak, in which after Elon Musk had said in June that Trump was in the Epstein files. The Wall Street Journal then confirmed that later on in July, as I recall. And now we have seen.
Yeah, I mean, that should, you would think that, that should be a deal breaker. And it's there's a lot of cracks. They have to run away from it. They had to run away from it last session. They're running away from it this session. They want the government to shut down solely so they can escape it a little bit longer. And it's quite pathetic. And their base sees them running. And I have to imagine that most of their base aren't PDF files. Most of their base thinks that it's disgusting. And, they can only rationalize it in their simple little brains for so long, right? Like, it's never going to go away. And they're just not going to be able to consolidate power. I mean, I think I read something to where even like the Supreme Court's like, they're not going to side with him on this First Amendment shit. Like, these are Heritage Foundation. They consider themselves constitutionalists. Like, there's only so much you can try to go in the brain of the forefathers. When it comes to child rape, even the forefathers thought that was disgusting. I mean, it's just, it's not kosher, bro. It's not kosher.
Some of the material. Oh no, we've actually seen the whole birthday book that was bound in leather for Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday. And we have seen really suggestive, horrific things in that book. We've also seen increasing public appearances by the victims, the survivors of Epstein and his associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, who is in prison, but who has been moved to a work camp,
My religious views, I'm a Taoist. I'm a secular Taoist. I don't believe in gods, and I think that if you follow Jesus, as your name indicates, I would think, or no, your name indicates my thoughts on religion. I was reading that wrong this whole time. I believe that if you follow the Christian God, you follow one of the most ridiculous gods ever thought of by mankind.
Much less strict prison than the one she was in after talking to the Department of Justice. And a lot.
Speaking of which, we are all alive today. All the Christians didn't fly up to outer space for their rapture that was supposed to happen yesterday. Just Jesus keeps standing you guys up. He just keeps standing you up, and you just keep waiting. You're at the coffee shop and you're waiting. Jesus said he'd be here yesterday at 6 o'clock. It's 6 o'clock today now, and he's still not there, but you're still waiting.
A lot of people are really angry that the Epstein files are not coming out. Now, on top of all that, in this moment, there are also a couple of other big things hanging out there. One is that the farming community in the United States is hurting really badly because of the tariffs that Trump imposed, most of which a federal judge has found illegal. Now, that's going to go in front of the United States Supreme Court. And if I have time, I'll tell you more about what they're up to. But that part of the country that voted for Trump and believed that he was going to be really good for them is now hurting terribly badly because of the tariffs, especially the soybean farmers who used to sell a significant part of their crop to China and have lost all of that market. China has now gone to another country for their soybeans, and they do not have a market for those soybeans. And at the same time, they're losing a lot of their undocumented help or even documented help who are like, we're out of here.
I mean, it's a pretty known fact. Fact of the matter is fascists just don't govern well. Fascists are too narcissistic to govern well. It's all about me with the fascist.
We're not gonna we're scared to show up because we're gonna get into these ice sweeps and we can't prove that we're here legally if our papers aren't on us. So especially now the Supreme Court has said that racial profiling is okay. So that's another major Trump voting group that I'm not saying they're ever going to vote Democratic, but they're.
Oh yeah, Robin, you say there are Christians who are extremely good people. The Christian right has soured good people on that version of God. Yeah, we're going to see some of those today. People, Christians, even MAGA Christians are starting to turn against Trump. We're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. As long as I don't have to go to the hospital, we're going to get to that. My daughter's eating, and when you have high ketones and you eat, that causes problems. I am not happy. I am not happy about it at all. I wanted her eating light, and she's not eating light. I mean, I guess she is kind of eating light, but not light like I wanted. And I'm not happy about it. It's like, why the hell did I come home to get your shit right if you're not helping me get your shit right? Right? Like, and it's her mom's fault because her mom did it behind my back. Not cool.
May not turn out for Trump again. And then there is also what you are seeing is in this moment is a lot of the things that went into place with the cuts that the Department of Government Efficiency made and that the Russell Vogt at the Office of Management and Budget, one of the key writers of Project 2025, has done. A lot of those clawing back of money that Congress had appropriated for education, for example, or for public health or for universities. The clawing back of that money has badly hurt Republican districts because Republican districts tend to be rural. And because they tend to be rural, they tend to be significantly older and they tend to rely more on federal money because they have less of a tax base than urban areas that have younger people in them and have more people in them and more industry in them. So a lot of red areas are furiously angry at what is happening around them to the point that, as you know, a lot of Republican lawmakers are not holding town halls because they're afraid to go in front of their constituents and they don't want to be screamed at. All right. So somebody just asked, can I comment about the UN? That's where I was going. So all of that background is there over the last week.
All right, so yeah, like even the red states are feeling it too, you know, and she's exactly right. Like we've all seen it play out. Like when they do show up for these town halls, excuse me, when they do show up for these town halls, they're screaming and yelling, and they try to play it off. Well, that's just the leftist. No, bitch, this is Alabama, right? Like. No, those are your people, and they're not happy, right? You're not doing the thing. Like a lot of people voted for Trump because Trump successfully made a lot of people think Kamala Harris was going to start World War III, and here we are closer to World War III than we've probably ever fucking been. Like, it's fucking insane what's going on right now. Like the genocide in Gaza. Like he's talking about owning Gaza. And putting like fucking resorts there, right? It's batshit crazy. People are not happy, and lo and behold, the people that get the most help from the fucking government are red states. They just didn't know it.
But before I talk about the UN, have you noticed anything about President Trump lately, or JD Vance, the vice president? You know, Trump is always sitting behind the Resolute desk when he's in the Oval Office, with people standing behind him. You know, he doesn't move around very much. And when he is out, he often seems to be falling asleep. And he doesn't seem to hold many high level meetings. I'll talk about that again in a minute. And when he talks, if you remember, the White House is no longer providing transcripts of his speeches, which is odd. I mean, that's part of the public record. They're supposed to do that, and they've just decided they're not going to do it. And they say, oh, well, you know, you can watch clips, but those clips are edited. And the reason that I'm suggesting all that is because he seems unable to fill the role of the president any longer. He is incoherent. He is boastful to the point of, I mean, he sounds like an unregulated toddler. And he doesn't seem to be able really to communicate with people anymore in meaningful ways. Instead, what he is doing is increasingly boasting about a world that is not true. He keeps talking about how his poll numbers are the best in history. They're actually among the worst in history, and they're dropping. And he keeps talking about how America has conquered inflation. Well, no, inflation's on its way back up again. You know, that's just wrong. Talks about how strong the job market is. No, it's not. Talks about how well his tariffs are and all these tariffs he has negotiated. No, he hasn't. You know, now he's talking about all these wars he has stopped, even some wars that hadn't even, you know, nobody even knew they were going to start. That's just a fantasy. That's not true at all.
Yeah, I watch. I can't remember their names. They do a short little like 10-minute clip of their show on Midas Touch every week. But I watch their show, and they're two psychologists, and they talk about Trump's dementia. And just how advanced it is. And they're pretty much convinced, like, we're at end of road Trump, right? Like, we're at the end of the road. Now, that end of the road could take years. It could take weeks. But we're at the end stage of his dementia. It's really scary shit to think about. Like, this person has the nuclear codes.
At the same time, he is increasingly backing away and refusing to deal with difficult issues. That being said, he certainly seems as if he is not able to fulfill the role of the president, and he's living in this sort of fantasy bubble. All right, so this morning, he went to the UN. It's called the General Debate, and it's not a debate. It's where it's actually really cool, and you can read the transcripts if you're interested, and watch the videos on the UN website if you are interested, as I was. And what happens in the General Debate, it's just what it's called. Like I say, they're not debating. Is the heads of government or of state speak to the group of people who are assembled at the UN.
All right, I will be right back. It's time to call my daughter's doctors. I got to do that every 2 to 3 hours, so I'll be right back.
And about what their priorities and what their plans are going forward. So what happened this morning was that the Secretary General gave the speech that you would expect, saying, please remember, this is the 80th year of the UN. And the reason we have the UN is because after World War II, the world's leaders decided, the Allies decided that they were going to create a world in which they could avoid World War III because World War II had been so horrible. So they created this system to establish a set of rules that would enable us to argue out wars before they start. And I'm going to do a little bit of an aside here and point out that that's a really amazing idea. If you think about the way treaties used to work, that you had treaties that if you went to war, other countries would join you and if you were attacked, other countries would fight with you. The idea that you can have treaties to stop wars, to make sure that those things don't happen, is really kind of amazing. And what they did with the establishment of the UN was the idea of creating a world where you didn't have to solve everything with force. So he gets up there and he says, this is important and we want to make sure this stays in place, even though a lot of people are, there's a lot of challenges to that around the world. And, he gives a speech and then somebody else speaks. Trump is fourth, as I recall. And he gets up and he speaks for an hour and it is freaking unhinged. It is, he says he's the only one who knows how to run things, that I think he even says to the people assembled that their countries are going to hell and he's the only one who knows how to run a country, and that they're ruining their countries because of immigration and clean energy, and that we really need to do is have borders and fossil fuels. And he's just insulting. And then
All right, yeah, so yeah, that speech, let's see if I don't have that queued up, but let's see if I can find it. I wanted to be on YouTube actually. So I probably could have found it there, but let's go. I hate everything, I can't get to my home row for my keyboard. I'm old school. I gotta have my home row. Trump UN speech. Yeah. Like this fucking speech is wild. We're not gonna watch all of it, but just listen to him.
Including ruinous price increases and record-setting inflation. Inflation like we've never had before.
His speech is slow. He sounds tired. His face is swollen. Like, these are not good signs. And by the end of the speech,
I'll only use the words.
Look at him. His face is starting to droop by the end of the speech. I noticed that shit.
Clean, beautiful, Cole. Sounds much better, doesn't it?
His body's starting to droop.
But we stand ready to provide any country with abundant, affordable energy supplies if you need them, when most of you do. We're proudly exporting energy all over the world. We're now the largest exporter. In the United States, we want trade and robust commerce with all nations, everybody. We want to help nations. We're going to help nations. But it must also be fair and reciprocal. The challenge with trade is much the same with climate. The countries that follow energy is destroying a large part of the free world and a large part of our planet. Countries that cherish freedom are fading fast because of their policies on these two subjects. You need strong borders and tradition.
Wrong button. This fucking speech is wild. Wild. We might look at it one day. We might look back and laugh one day when it's all over, and we can look back and laugh like, oh, we came so close to fascism.
Then he just
like, maybe that reality will be our reality one day.
Starts going about how he solved all these wars and he deserves a Nobel Peace Prize. And you can just see on their faces, they are aghast. And not, I think, aghast because they were offended. There's actually somebody who texted a reporter and said, he's barking mad. Do the American people not recognize what's going on here? And that performance at the UN was, I think, a window into America, the United States of America, more than it was a statement about the United States on the world stage, because he was totally insulting and all that. But he was also not, I mean, you could see the white nationalism that had Stephen Miller's hand in it. And you could see that isolationism as well. But that was not the gist of that hour-long rambling speech at all. I mean, it was really eye-popping. So then what happened? What happened is that Trump had a meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine and basically came out and said, yeah, I'm going to back you. No, he didn't say this. He said, looks like Ukraine can win and Russia can't. And, America's going to stand behind NATO and basically sort of said, I'm done. You guys, good luck. And that's a big deal. It appears that less than how many weeks ago was he saying that he was backing Russia?
Yeah, it really it's out of nowhere, and it makes no sense, right? Like, it makes no sense. Again, it's just got to be dementia. And also, the thing that everybody's pointing out about this post is Donald Trump clearly did not write it. Like, it's not even somebody trying to pretend to write for Donald Trump. It's like somebody, like, it seems really suspect to me, but I don't know. Like, I'm starting a new Twitter, but I'm still like kind of getting it going, getting all the like things I want to follow, just so that's going to become a content source, I believe. So I'm not seeing it on Twitter, but like from what I'm seeing, like people are just not saying that. Like this seems weird, because usually even if you can tell it's a staffer, that staffer's trying to pretend like he's Trump or trying to talk like Trump. This was like clearly somebody was just writing, and it doesn't make any sense because up until last night, Trump was pretty much pro-Russia. It makes no fucking sense.
And that Russia should take all of Ukraine. And now he turned around and said, well, actually, Ukraine can get all of its land back and probably more. Because, of course, as we know, Russia's in terrible economic shape right now. So it was.
Yeah, it's really why you've seen like this Russian offensive as we've seen it is because, like, yeah, the money's running out. They can't prolong the war. They've got to win it now. So if Ukraine can just hold out long enough, then they can, they're probably quite easily take all their shit back. Because, this was supposed to be like a 3-week war for Russia. And that's another thing that the letter said, that Trump said in the post, was like, this is really just shown that Russia's a paper tiger, just pretty much calling Russia a bitch. And like, if it really does come from Trump, it's about goddamn time, because they've been straight disrespecting you for like ever. And like, I was reading where like Russian state TV has been airing the conspiracy theory that Trump ordered Charlie Kirk's shooting. Like, and that's like a conspiracy theory that I wasn't even aware of until just like a few days ago. Like, I hadn't even heard it. Like, I had heard the Groypers, I had heard, Israel. I had personally myself thought, like, what the fuck is the CIA been doing? But like, I hadn't really heard anybody try to put it on Trump until Russia did, or until a few days ago. And then, I was reading that Russia's saying that shit now.
Just off the charts weird, but also indicative that people who are interested in governance, or in power, perhaps is a better way to put it, are almost certainly already thinking about what comes next. And I just mean, who knows? J.D. Vance is the next person in line to be president. He does not have his own popular following, although he is working extremely hard to step into Charlie Kirk's shoes. He did Charlie Kirk's podcast or webcast or whatever it was, and spoke at his service and was one of the more memorable speakers there. And, he's trying to pick up a younger group of people behind Christian nationalism. But in this moment, if you are a business person or a television exec or whatever, and certainly if you are a Republican lawmaker trying to figure out how best to retain your power, it is no longer clear that the best way to retain your power is to side with MAGA. It may, in fact, be that the best way to retain your power is to look at the extraordinary backlash against the firing of Jimmy Kimmel. And remember that when you do the numbers, only about 32% of American adults voted for Trump. And G. Elliott Morris, who does Strength in Numbers, explained this very well the other day, that although Trump did win the last election with under 50%.
And not to mention, like, there's people out there looking at the election. I should show that. That's what we should get into. I actually forgot about this because I watched it yesterday. Like, it does not look like this was a legitimate election at all. It looks like probably, I mean, this wasn't the reporting I saw. This is my hunch from what I saw. Let's see if I can find it. Let's get into my history. I think, and I've always been suspicious because of one thing that Dana White actually said. On election day, Dana White said that Elon Musk knew that Trump won the election hours before it was actually called. Like, he had an app on his phone that he was looking at all night, and that hours before the election was called, Elon Musk looks up, said Trump's going to win, packs his shit, and goes. And I've always found that suspect, right? Let's see if I can find what I saw yesterday. I've got a long list of shit that I looked at. And they're on the ground right now looking at this shit. They've done analysis. They're still doing analysis. It looks like somebody fucked with the election. Let's see, where are we at? Yeah, a lot of shit. I watched a lot of shit. I have shit going on in my ears pretty much 24 hours a day. I might not be able to find it. I think it was like yesterday morning. Wait, no. I was off yesterday. It would have been yesterday. I want to find this. Oh, y'all have to see this shit. But yeah, there's like legitimate concerns that Trump stole this election. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I wasn't looking for David Pacman.
Today I'm going.
This shit is wild. All right, we'll be done with Heather. She made her point. I want to get into this now. This shit is wild. Let's get. Yeah, we'll do.
Going to be speaking with Nathan Taylor, Executive Director of Public Engagement for the Election Truth Alliance. This is quite honestly, Nathan, this is one of the most requested interviews over the last couple of months, with folks saying, you've got to hear Nathan out and hear what he has to say. So maybe what I'll do is I'll set up my understanding of some of the claims that have been made about the election, and then you'll explain to me what your claim.
David Pacman is a pro-Israel moderate liberal. Of course you listen to far left David Pacman. Actually, this is a moderate. I listen to a wide range of political commentary. I even listen to your side sometimes. And the whole country is red. Are you an idiot? For one, landmass does not win elections. Votes do. For two, yes, the map looks very red. It was called Operation Red Map. Look it up. Three, you're about 35% of America. MAGA is.
Is that fair?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. So Greg Palast put out a piece some time ago. I looked at the piece. The piece made a number of claims that...
Well, I think he calls himself a progressive, but no, he's a moderate, bro. He's a moderate.
I found to be a little too circumstantial for me to make a definitive statement about 2024.
Oh,
They
you know
included
it,
extrapolations of prior, for example, black voter behavior in terms of the split between Democrats and Republicans, assumptions.
David Pacman is... I wouldn't even put him far left on like the progressive spectrum. Like, he just literally got caught taking money from like some black money group some liberal black money group. Like, he's pro-Israel. Yeah, I mean, I consider him moderate. I'm sure you far righties consider him far left. It just shows you don't understand the far left.
About changes to the number of registered voters, extrapolating from that in some cases with 8 or 10-year-old data to make claims about 2024. It didn't feel super solid to me. And so I came away from those claims sort of saying, listen, I'm open to hearing anything. This I don't find convincing. So let's now give, with that as the context, give us at the most basic level, the claim you're making, and then we will talk about the evidence.
Yeah, sure. And if I may, I'd love to throw a little bit of background at you, just for my work history in the ETA. So my personal background, I have a degree in cybersecurity and information systems. I was a 25 Bravo computer tech specialist in the Army, actually commissioned as a signal officer as well. So I do know a little bit about computers, computer systems, some data analysis. And on the civilian side, I worked with a company that provided real-time network monitoring for multiple entities like banks. So I've done a lot of data analysis. I've looked at network security.
Yep.
And what happened was right after the election, there were multiple red flags that brought the ETA together. So the ETA at this point, there's 3 executives, me, Lily, and Jive. Lily and Jive have different backgrounds in either statistics and finance or political science. So we all got together, and that's when we sat down and we said this. We said, there are some interesting things with the election. Let's do a little bit of investigation. Let's see what can we start looking at to determine if our elections are being run correctly, free, fair, safe, and secure. That was the concern, is we wanted to verify the vote, to validate. And so that is what we did. We started bringing in volunteers with various backgrounds in statistics. Some of them have PhDs in statistics. Some of them are auditors or computer scientists. And that's when we sat down and we said, okay, how can we look at elections, and how could we perhaps apply statistics to look at elections to flag any concerns? And at the time, we knew that there was audits in the elections. We reviewed those. And if you're familiar, audits, that's a standard practice in finance, engineering, public safety. So auditing elections shouldn't be that much of a concern. But immediately when we did start talking about this right after the election, the concern was, as you said, people wanted very credible, very well-established concerns. And the common pushback was election denial was on the rise. So just want to make that clear. This is not the election denial. This is election integrity and auditing. This is a standard practice. And because of that mindset, we said, okay, let's do this. If you can apply statistics to detect fraud in banking, if you can apply statistics to do safety and quality testing in engineering, why can't we use statistics to flag non-human or abnormal voting behavior that could mean vote manipulation? That's what we said. And then we discovered this is already a thing. It's happening outside the U.S. already. There are already election fraud experts such as Roman Udot, Sergei Shvilkin, Peter Klimek et al., who've been applying election statistics to Russian elections, to elections in Afghanistan, Kenya, and Bolivia. And they have all begun to find credible concerns of election fraud. So we took their techniques, and the ETA has ran with those methods, and we've begun to analyze swing states and non-swing states for the 24 election, and then we begin to publish those reports. So that's the background. As you said, I'd love to kind of...
So, a bunch of boring shit, statistics. But the statistics only really indicate there could be a problem. You've got to actually investigate on the ground to see if there was a problem. And that's the stage we're in. So nobody's saying the election was stolen. But there is an issue that, and a very good possibility. That's why I say that's not what this guy is saying. That's what I am thinking. Because of that just one clip, and I haven't really ever heard anybody talk about it too much, but that one clip of Dana White saying that Elon Musk called it hours before it was called, packed his shit and left. And I've always thought, like, if this election was stolen, it wasn't stolen in the old ways, right? Like they might try to do that in the midterms if they like deploy the National Guard like in every blue state to try to control the election or something. But the old way of like intimidating voters, or even like purging voter rolls, all the ways that they've been able to kind of win elections up till now. Not in that way, because that's always been just they pretty much have to cheat to win. But this, I've always felt like if they did something to win this, like Trump was going around saying he's not really worried about people's votes. I remember talking about that shit during the election. Like he was going around saying like not even like telling people to vote for him. Like y'all don't really have to vote for me. I'm not too worried about it. Like it would have had to have been some electronic shit, and that's what these guys are finding is electronic anomalies that don't seem like they should be happening.
I'll walk you through some of the things we do, some of the things we find, and then the big picture. So any questions?
Let's see if
yeah.
So let's, in order to pick one thing, because we could spend hours on this, let's go to, is there, and then you walk me through the example if you have it. Is there a state that was reported as won by one candidate that your analysis leads you to believe that was wrongly reported, and in fact the will of the voters was that the other candidate should have been awarded that state?
Yes. We've published 2 different reports now, both for swing states, 3 in total, but 2 of them meet that criteria, Pennsylvania and North Carolina. If you're familiar with Pennsylvania, there's a lot of controversy around Pennsylvania, especially on election night. I think they had over 30 bomb threats and multiple machine failures across the state. So what we've done for Pennsylvania, and the report is on our website right now, electiontruthealliance.org, and we've analyzed the entire state of Pennsylvania, every county in the state. We've also analyzed 3 main, very strong Democratic counties and put those up in the report. So what our statistics is finding and what our statistics does. So, for example, we like to use the work of Dr. Walter Mebane and Peter Klimek as examples. So I do have a visual for you. Now's probably a great time to reference it. So what we've done on the first slide for these visuals, this is a heat map. And as I said, this is an example of how we do statistical analysis of elections. This is a method developed by Peter Klimek et al. So this is a group of election fraud experts and statisticians. And they've said, let's look at Russian elections. Let's look at Ugandan elections. And they put out a paper. And on the right side of the screen, we reference their statistical analysis of those elections. So we see Russia in 2011, Russia in 2012. And we see a Uganda, which I don't know the exact date, but it's in their paper as one of their foundations. And so what a heat map does is we look at every precinct in a county. This data is public. You can go get it from the county's websites. You can get it from the state. So we took publicly available data and we developed this heat map on the left for you. And California is an example of what we argue is more of a normal and expected election. Per the work of Peter Klimek, they say a non-manipulated election should be more of a circle. There should be no noticeable shifts in precincts of high versus low turnout. And that's what we're measuring. So the x-axis is turnout. Turnout is just how many votes were cast.
All right. So basically what he's saying is this over here is what you want an election to look like statistically, right? You want to have some cleanness to it. Now, over here are all elections that we know were rigged elections. And depending on how you rig it, I think ballot stuffing is to where you have like a tail. And then there's other forms of rigging it. Depends on how it's going to show up on the statistical analysis. So, right, this was California. And it looks like it should look.
Compared to how many people could vote. And that's it. So if you're 50% turnout, half of your voters showed up and voted. And then the y-axis is the amount of votes each candidate got. We're just looking at one candidate for these heat maps, and that's Donald Trump, winning candidate in a majority of the swing states, all the swing states.
So Nathan, if I may here, just to
Yeah.
make sure we're not missing anything, the idea here is by looking at voter turnout versus candidate performance, you're accounting for the size of the precinct. In other words, we're already adjusting for population density insofar as we're not looking at the number of people that voted. We're looking at the percentage of eligible voters in a precinct. So this is not about, oh, well, it makes sense because denser urban areas tend to lean one way. We've accounted for that by looking at voter turnout rather than number of votes.
Yes. And this is, as I said, based exactly on the work of Peter Klimek and other experts that have looked at other elections. So we're actually going to compare U.S. elections to some European and other elections.
Got it.
And I'll run you through just very quickly what is concerning and what would be potential vote manipulation on a heat map.
Please.
If you look at Russia on the right side of this, a heat map that begins to stretch up and to the right could be indication of vote manipulation. Specifically, it may be an effect of ballot stuffing. Whether it's physical ballot stuffing or digital ballot stuffing, we don't know. That's where you would go and investigate on the ground. But as we see in Russia, in both 2011, 2012, they have key indicators that they are potentially manipulating the elections in Russia by stuff.
Are you talking to me, Lupin? Kent Hovind and Matt Powell were kind to you? Or are you talking to Smokey? I don't know who you're talking to. Like, if you're talking to me, I mean, Kent Hovind's always been kind to me, I guess. Kent Hovind wouldn't have a conversation with me unless it was about evolution. And I wanted to have a conversation with him about beating the shit out of his wife. He refused to have that conversation with me, but he's always been, like, respectful to me. Me and Matt Powell go a long way. So I think he must be talking to Smokey. Oh, yeah, you're talking to me. Me and Matt Powell, respectful to me. Like, I don't know, I guess when we see each other, we're friendly. You know, like, even like when I confronted him on his homophobia, we were able to be friendly with each other that day. The last time we met face to face, it was an off-camera thing that was, I would say, cordial. It was like catching up with each other. Yeah, I don't see your point. What's your point? Be appreciative about that. Well, Matt Powell also was very manipulative, right? He edited our conversation in a way to I won't even say misrepresent where I was at, but just to misrepresent my position of even where I was at the time. And I was very green, right? Like, I was very green. And especially, like, I wasn't there. Well, he knew the only reason I agreed to, like, the whole second conversation evolution thing was because I didn't really go hard at him the first time over his homophobia. The first time I was there to talk to his about his stupid comments about atheists and video games. And I didn't really hammer him on his homophobia because I just didn't know much about it at the time. So when I released those videos and everybody was like, hey, but, you know, he's also, like, like one of the worst people ever, then I found out about his homophobia, and I had to have another conversation with him. So when he offered me to be in his movie to have a debate about evolution, I was like, yeah, I'll talk about evolution as long as I get a segment to talk about your homophobia. Now, it wasn't in our agreement that segment would be in his movie. I never expected that segment to be in his movie, and I got that segment. But he went out of his way to try to make sure I didn't get that segment because he fucked with my camera the whole time. Now, I've come to the conclusion that the bait and switch for the modern day debacle was probably more my ineptitude, my drunken ineptitude at the time. I just didn't really understand how to work Gmail. So it would have became apparent if I was talking publicly to Matt Powell, what Matt Powell had done. But because I didn't realize that me and Matt's conversation was basically just me and Matt, I figured everybody that was in that larger chain mail about the debate was seeing the conversation me and Matt was having. I realized about a year, maybe even 2 years later, that I'm just stupid and didn't know how to work Gmail. But he did the whole bait and switch thing, because we were never supposed to have an evolution debate on Modern Day Debate. We were supposed to have a debate about our second conversation and a resolution to that, if there could be one. And it was supposed to be on a public, neutral venue. So when he came with Modern Day Debate, all right, it's a debate platform, but whatever. I'll accept that. But it's my fault that James and Jim never saw that conversation between me and Matt. Like I said, because I didn't CC them into that part of the conversation, just because I'm inept and stupid sometimes. But I admit that about myself. I'm very honest about myself.
And you actually see some places in Russia in 2012 that are at 100% turnout, and that's in the top right.
Diverting
of the little,
from
grid
what,
there
yo?
For the heat map. So,
no, I don't need to be appreciative to Matt Powell. I'll probably talk to him again. So what?
As you see, California, we're going to use California as a baseline here. This is Shasta County. This was won by Trump. So this is what's important. That county was won by Trump, but it looks statistically normal. Looks like a circle.
Trump genuinely won that county, is your belief?
Yes. Statistically speaking, there are no red flags here. It looks very normal. And then, so we'll go to the third slide for you. Mm-hmm. And this is, as you said, are we concerned that there was multiple states, a single state that could have had vote manipulation change the outcome of the election at the presidential level? So Pennsylvania, 24. This is every precinct in every county in Pennsylvania. This took a lot of work to pull all that data together, but we visualized it here for you on the left. And immediately we see a serious concern that instead of what we would expect in a free and fair election, which is a more circular distribution, we see a strong shift where in places of higher turnout, in precincts of higher turnout, independent of county. So we're looking at Philadelphia. We're looking at Allegheny County. We're looking at Erie County. These are some of the more blue counties in the state. Yep. Even in those counties, in precincts over 60% turnout, the Republican candidate for president begins to win in those precincts. They begin to get more votes consistently. And what's important here is, as most people would say, maybe there's, some really.
See, like, this shit is wild, man. This shit is wild. Like, I mentioned it a couple times back then, like my suspicions, but I didn't mention it much because you couldn't because like they've been crying 2020 election for so long. Like you couldn't voice your suspicions of that election because you knew what would happen immediately. Like we're seeing it, and it's been almost a fucking year now. We're going on 10 months, into the 10th month. It's been about 9 months since he took office, right? Like, I was always suspicious of it. I was suspicious of it in a way, like, I thought, like, they just did their same old tricks, but they just did it better this time, probably. Purging voter rolls, shutting down voting sites, pretty much the rule book that they follow in elections. It's been like that for a long time. It was like that back when, I was involved in like the local Democratic Party here in Battle Creek. And both sides played, election games. Both sides do. Both sides like there's a line when it comes to elections, and both sides are tapping their toes on that line to see how far over the line they can go. Both sides do. That's just 100% true. But the last few elections, we've seen the right side just go further and further with it, like as far as like closing down voting sites, but then with the whole 2020 protests, trying to like change the will of the electors. And all the crazy shit that's been an escalation of what I've always called election games. Like anybody that's ever, either dabbled or been serious in local or state or even national elections knows about election day games.
Strong pockets of Republican voters in some places. This effect is consistent across a majority of the precincts. This isn't just a handful. This is almost algorithmic in nature. And that's what our analysis is showing here. And the other half of it is as well, there's almost an artificial wall. And you can see it for Pennsylvania, where instead of that more circular round effect, we see a stretching around 85% turnout. So it almost seems like these precincts could have been, in this case, this could be vote manipulation stuffing. They could have been stuffed up to around 85%, 85%, and then any votes after that point deleted.
So if we are,
and eventually we'll get there, but like they think it was done electronically, some kind of algorithm in the actual counting system. It's fascinating, and to think like both parties might have been, if this is a thing that could have been done once, both parties could have been doing this for a long time. I would think, maybe. I don't know. I'm not a computer guy, but if something like this was done once, then how do we know something like this hasn't been done since we've been using this counting system? Which most people use this counting system, like he'll
to
talk
assume
about.
the worst here, and then we'll get to the differential diagnosis in a moment, and I have some other questions. If we assume the worst, the technique would be maybe the voter turnout didn't really go as high as it looks like in some of these areas. It's like over 90%. I'm looking at the chart. Is it like 92, 93% in some of these counties? Is that right?
Yeah, in some of these counties and precincts.
So maybe instead of really having that level of turnout, the real level of turnout was lower, but...
And if you think about it, right, like if you think about it, the last few election cycles, like these swing states, because like the election map used to be different. Before Operation Red Map, the election map was a lot different, and it would have probably been a lot harder to do something like this, because you would have had to do it on like this massive level to really like change shit. But with these swing states, these last few elections, like these margins have been small, like 50,000, 100,000, 200,000 votes. And if you've got some of the smartest people in the world working on it, yeah, that would be quite easy to accomplish. And if you know you're going to do that, that could lead a dementia riddled candidate to say it out loud. Like, y'all motherfuckers don't got to vote for me. I don't need your vote. Like, because he said it out loud a couple times, right? Like, he said it out loud.
There was manipulation, either physical or digital, as you say, ballot stuffing or through technological systems, which credited...
like right now, that's hard if you're not on my Facebook, Halcyonic Kaiju. I don't know if you can do it here in the side chat. Probably not anymore. I don't know much about modern day YouTube. I am like starting a new Twitter page, but it's not quite ready yet. So yeah, I'm not quite sure. Like you can drop it into my Gmail, theragingatheist@gmail.com. I can try to find it. I can pull it open. So it'd be DA Raging Atheist at DA Raging Atheist at gmail.com. So I got it open.
Votes above and beyond the real votes to candidate Trump. Is that...
Oh yeah, you can do that. Yeah, you can do that as well. You can leave it on one of my community posts and I'll definitely check it out. I used to have a Discord. It was a tragedy. I ended up surrounded by a lot of far left woke scolds. Most of my friends are far lefties, but these people were good people, just thought police. And it became quite a big Discord server. But it became a bloodbath, and I over a course of several drunken, frustrating nights, I finally deleted it. Like there was a point where pagans were putting atheists in timeout rooms, Like it was ridiculous, bro. And since then, like I haven't like I have this like small little Discord server that I thought about like starting a Discord server back up, and maybe I will once I have the new channel going. MathPig made it for me, but I've just had no interest in Discord. Like that experience ruined me on Discord. Like, and it's probably honestly why my drinking got out of control was Discord.
Essentially the sort of like most dystopian interpretation of this.
I would say this. We don't truly know how much of this could be stuffing versus switching, but
Okay.
we do know the scale of impact. So we don't know exactly what the real turnout could have been, which was still expected to be very high. But we do know that switching, deleting votes, and stuffing votes could create this effect. And we are able to estimate the amount of votes that could have been impacted at the presidential race in Pennsylvania.
I want to
and per our
explain
analysis
the
and per the work
whistleblower.
of Dr. Walter Mebane, he's a PhD statistician professor at the University of, I'll have to double check which exact university it is.
Yeah.
I think it's.
All right, I opened it, Puff. I think it's the right one. It seemed to work, although I'm not quite sure. It's the conspiracy theory that got NSA's top math whiz purged. Maybe we'll check it out. I've got a lot of stuff to watch, and now I'm watching this that I wasn't quite planning on watching. I just remembered this, so oh yeah, let's check this out. This is wild. So yeah, I'll definitely check it out. I got that pulled up, and I'll check my community posts as well.
Michigan. And so he's put up a paper as well. So he actually looked at Pennsylvania. So as you said, do we think this is enough to change the outcome of Pennsylvania for the 24 election? 120,000 or so, 121 or 22,000 votes is what Trump was winning by in Pennsylvania for the for the presidential race. Our analysis says potentially 190,000 votes could be manipulated, stuffing, switching. And Dr. Mebane even supports in his model, his method even says up to maybe 210,000. So yes, if this is vote manipulation, if these effects from high turnout benefiting one candidate is because of some type of digital vote manipulation, this would be enough to change Pennsylvania. And we're seeing the same effect in North Carolina, which it would be enough as well. The margin is 184,000. We have over 190,000 flagged anomalous votes. And it could be enough to change the outcome in Nevada as well. And these are just the states we've published. We've been looking at other states that other swing states that raise the same concerns statistically. We just haven't yet estimated the potential impact.
So as of right now, if indeed, let's assume it's true, Harris really won Pennsylvania, Harris really won North Carolina, Harris really won Nevada, Trump actually still has 270 in that scenario. But what you're saying is this is only what you've published and you believe there is more.
Yes. So.
And I don't even think that would matter. I would argue, like, even if Trump still technically won the election, if you have just that alone, and you prove that alone, you would have to be able to tie it directly to Trump. And I think that's going to require actually being allowed to investigate it on the ground, if that's even possible in today's America. But like, let's say they do. I think even if they were allowed to investigate that, there's a good chance that it wasn't Trump and Elon, right? It could have been Russia. It could have been a lot of different actors. But even if it was Trump and Elon, I think Elon would probably have smart enough people to really cover their tracks. So it would probably be really hard to, even if you proved it, to really tie it to Trump, right? But I think if you tie it to Trump and he still wins electorally, and you just have those three states, those two states especially, then still I think, well, you've cheated, and maybe a redo on the election for the first time in history, minus Trump, who would have to go to prison.
The common pushback we get is everyone says every state runs their own election, every state uses different systems. What we've started to find as we do this analysis is what is the common trend between all of these.
I don't even know what you're talking about, dude. Wolfden, I'll keep it open so you have a chance. I don't know. You're a strange one, Mr. Lupin.
Swing states and all of these other states that we've not published yet, we are finding these concerns statistically. And it's very simple and very concerning. This is where my background with cybersecurity starts to jump in, is we did find that at least 70% of the US uses the top 2 voting systems. And these include the tabulation machines. And so this is a fact I want you to understand. If you are able to compromise these systems, these tabulation systems, in 2024, nearly 100% of votes were counted by tabulation machines at some step in the process, even the hand-marked paper ballots. And so that's very important, is because we're seeing in these swing states, they're all using...
Finally. Like, I think I got this shit on fucking lockdown now. Like, I've figured out diabetes. So I've got her blood coming down at a really good rate, which means that her ketones are probably lowering. So I need to get her to check her ketones, and if we're coming down, I can get these bitches clear by the end of the night and not have to worry about this shit again. Because I had to take a half a point to come home today. So I need not to go to the hospital. I need not to go to the hospital. That could be a 2 or 3 day thing. You know.
These same systems. And we're starting to find in states that aren't swing states that do use these systems the same effects.
And as of this moment, that leans more towards the technological manipulation rather than the physical ballot stuff.
And by lockdown, I mean, I call the doctor every 2 hours and do exactly what they tell me to do. But what they tell me to do is what I knew I should be doing anyway. So, I mean, I got this shit figured out.
Right? I mean, because the physical ballot stuffing would not be as relevantly mediated by the same tabulators. The tabulators seem to point more to the technological manipulation.
Yes, the consistency, how aggressive and consistent this is across multiple precincts and counties, points to it being a system instead of people going and doing things, because it's too algorithmic. We've begun to now analyze, is there a consistent pattern? Is there an algorithm? Is there, a formula? And we're able to start seeing that there may be a formula in how these votes are being shifted around. And that'll be coming out as we go forward. Yeah, go ahead.
One of the questions I know my audience will have is, does the scenario Nathan is drawing up require individuals at either every county precinct, etc.? Or would this, and again, this is all, I'm not telling my audience this is what happened. I'm asking questions to try to figure out exactly what the claims are. Would this be something that theoretically could be pre-installed in some of these machines, such that the machines already know what to do, and it doesn't require someone in Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia, precinct 39 is pressing a button?
Yes, the concern is that whether through compromise of the vendors, through a common point, like, for example, some of these systems use hard drives, if you were able to influence them before those hard drives ever get sent out, or putting code on the machines. Yes, you could do this before the election. Cybersecurity-wise, an example of this is just malware that would have a timed window to execute. It wouldn't be manipulating votes or changing things before the election or after the election, just during that window. And we actually found, and this is something people know about, but maybe not as readily, there's an example of this have already happened with technology. Have you heard of Dieselgate?
Dieselgate? Oh, this is the Volkswagen gas mileage scandal, I guess we would call it.
Yes. So Dieselgate was where Volkswagen had a software program to cheat emissions. And when they were auditing the machines,
and I'd actually remembered hearing about this. To me, it was pretty brilliant how they had gotten away with it for so long. You will find genius in cheating. Like, people, like, when it comes to like counting cards in casinos and shit, like, people get fucking creative.
A lab, or when testing them, the cars ran normally and their emissions was normal.
Right.
But the data from emissions reports wasn't matching up. There was way higher emissions than what should have been accounted for. So some independent nonprofits actually got together and they took a Volkswagen system and they put a tester on the back of the vehicle in the trunk and on the tailpipe, and they drove it on the highway. And in use, the Volkswagen began to output higher emissions. So
Right.
they had designed a way to cheat audits so that when they're being tested, they look normal. But when they're in use, they begin to act in this way. If it was voting systems, you could do the same thing, whether by
Understood.
design or through malware. During testing, you wouldn't catch any problems. But when they're being used, you could manipulate votes.
And you know, the thing about this is they're building evidence. So if it does turn out that there was election fraud, then there's going to actually be evidence behind it and a case presented. And you know, we'll see where it goes in today's America. You know, like a lot of judges are doing the right thing on the local, state, and federal levels. But this Supreme Court, man, it's like I said, they play a lot of mental gymnastics to be able to side with Trump more than they don't side with Trump. And they've broken the Constitution several times. These so-called what do they call them? Fucking constitutional, whatever. Traditionalists, something like that.
The other half of the battle is we're finding the largest voting system brand in the U.S. They do seem to have cellular modems in their tabulators that counties are using to send early reports to the counties from the precincts. We've begun to investigate this as well because the common pushback is our systems aren't connected to the internet. Your tabulators could be, and if I have the means to compromise them digitally, I don't ever have to be anywhere near these systems when they're operating. I can compromise them before, during testing, put malware on them at any point in the process, and then manipulate votes. And it would be very difficult to catch that without sufficient audits and without statistical investigation to go and figure out where to look.
All right, I want to ask you about one more thing, and then I'll sort of give my sense to my audience of what I think makes sense to do based on what you're asserting. I want to just propose a differential diagnosis, right? What we're pointing to here is an association between counties. Sorry, is it counties or precincts with higher turnout?
Precincts in this case, precincts.
What you've identified is an association between higher turnout at the precinct level and a larger share of the vote going to Donald Trump. That's the association that you've identified that we're focusing in on here. Is it possible? Is it possible? Or from a statistical perspective, how would we contradict the idea that there are certain parts of states where, due to what's happening socioculturally, it makes sense that the higher turnout correlates with more support for Trump? For example, I'll propose one possibility. In some areas, just based on activism and who's there, new voters said, let's get together and vote Trump. It was specifically a Trump supporting effort. And so that explains why you've got an anomalous larger turnout share, but it is because of some state level activism or precinct level activism that it was mostly Trump supporters that said, hey, we're going to turn out more than we did in previous times. Is that a plausible differential diagnosis here?
That is a good concern, but two things is the first, we're seeing this effect even in places where the population wouldn't match the results. In some of the most heavily Democratic registered places in the U.S., Nevada, Las Vegas, we're still seeing this effect, but this effect isn't happening right at the beginning. It happens almost after a certain threshold of votes or a certain threshold of turnout. And that's what's weird, is if we were seeing high votes for Trump from the beginning or from low turnout to high turnout places, then yes, this would be normal. But it almost seems to begin to happen after a threshold. And here's what's interesting. This is the last little piece. We haven't revealed this yet, so this is the first time anyone's ever going to see this. We asked the question, which is, if the concerns we're finding is a compromise of the systems, what if we look at the places that did hand count some of their precincts and some of their counties in the 24 election? And that is the second slide we have for you. And this is very simple. This is 24. This is in Minnesota. So St. Louis County, they hand count a few of their precincts, and they do have almost like a split where some of the like half the county will do machine and half the county will do hand counting. And in this case, we compared the two. This is the same county, and this is 24. And we found that in the precincts that hand counted their results, Trump won this county overall, by the way, in this sense. He got more votes. I think he got a little closer to 55% of the votes in this county. We found that in precincts that hand counted their results, Trump was receiving, on average, around 40% of the vote. In precincts that they machine counted, using these tabulation systems that we're flagging as a concern, Trump got 7% more of the vote consistently across all of those precincts. That put him above the 50% margin. And statistically speaking, this does not look like a free and fair result.
And again, like, I want to reiterate or at least punctuate my last point. Like, I done forgot it. Never mind. Don't smoke weed.
Actually exhibits effects of potential
Damn it, brain.
For the machine.
Now again, differential diagnosis, playing devil's advocate.
Yeah.
Is it possible that there are reasons that correlate with Trump voting, why Trump voting precincts would be more likely to machine count than hand?
I remember. All right, so I lost it again. Fuck. How is my brain doing this to me today? It's not even weed. I haven't even smoked that much.
Devil's advocate.
Yeah.
Is it possible that there are reasons that correlate with Trump voting, why Trump voting precincts would be more likely to machine count than hand count, right? Because we've got to back that out in order to be able to make the claim.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's something you would be able to identify as you dive a little bit deeper into historical representations, which we will be releasing as we go forward, as we actually have the same data, multiple elections.
Okay, third time's a charm. If Trump wanted to prove election fraud, right? This is the evidence he would have needed. This is what he would have had to do, right? You would have done this statistical analysis. You would have seen where shit was fucked up, and you would have went there in 2020. But he didn't do that. He didn't do that. This is what it would look like. It would look like this. All right, we're finding statistical anomalies in these sites. We need to now go to these sites and investigate them and see, why are we finding these anomalies in these places, right? If Trump really wanted to prove election fraud in 2020, this is what it would have looked like.
It's going in the past. And we asked the question then of, when did these places actually start using voting systems? And we'll be publishing that as we go forward. But no, these are good concerns. I will highlight one other thing then, which is less about the data, but more about the intent. So as we said, if you were to pull this off, right, it would take access to these systems or compromises of these systems. And honestly, like, that would be hard to go unnoticed, right? But we do have examples of these systems being targeted. Back in 2024, on November 13th, Free Speech for People had a group of cybersecurity experts say, hey, we know about known attempts to compromise the election systems across the U.S. Examples of this was in Mesa County, Colorado in 2021, when actors breached voting systems in potential benefit of, Trump's administration or Trump's campaign at the time. We see these same examples in Coffee County in Georgia. So what's interesting to us is, if this is a compromise, as we said, we're going to keep putting these reports out there. We're going to keep asking these questions. And I love the devil's advocate, because that's what you have to do to test things.
Yeah.
But we've moved forward. The ETA has moved forward from statistical reporting to actual on-the-ground investigation. So that is the other half of what we do now, is we will continue to put out these statistical analysis, but we ask the question, if this is vote manipulation, let's go to these places and let's work with the people on the ground, and let's see if we can find evidence that this is a real concern. And we are moving forward with 2 cases.
I would just say, like, in this day and age, in this America, be careful, my dude. Be careful. Maybe invest in some Kevlar. That's all I'm going to say. And I don't know, like, they say these intelligence agencies, they've got a cream. they just touch you with this cream and you're fucking dead, bro.
Litigation where we have found sufficient concerns of vote manipulation. We've not published these yet. We were hoping to file our first lawsuit this month. We've actually hit the opposite of what you'd expect, which is we have so much that we're struggling to cut out the things that we think are less effective and put in. And I can maybe tell you just a few examples of what we are finding.
Well, what I would rather do is just there were a couple of things I wanted to ask about. And
Yes.
then I think maybe that might be best left for a second interview. But so my audience knows right now, you've talked about Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Nevada in this interview as published stuff. That would still give Trump 271. Is it your belief right now as you speak to me, based on everything you have published and not yet published, that Donald Trump did not genuinely win the 2024 election?
As of right now, every set of data and additional evidence that we have found points to a serious concern that our election system could be compromised. It could have changed the outcome of not only the presidential election of the 24, but it could have also impacted state, Senate, and House positions that would go on to impact Congress.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to say to my audience and encourage them to do, which is what I'm going to do.
See, like, that's fucking huge, man. And so I've got... Come up here for a second. Oh, what happened up? Oh, yeah, I turned it off. All right, let's find it. I have a couple questions. Like, and it could be fear and intimidation, but, like, why is he going on David Pacman? Why... I'm not a big TV guy. Maybe he is. Maybe I just don't see anybody else talking about this. This seems like it would be a big deal, but it's also like very preliminary. So like they would have to prove it. But like if they prove it, that's huge, right? Like that's like an entire fascist government secured through manipulation and cheating. And they did have the richest man in the world right there. And like I said, there was that Dana White thing where he said Elon knew hours before anybody else did. Packed up and went home. That's fucking crazy, yo. I guess along those lines, we can look at this. Because this is what... names Halcyonic Kaiju sent me. I have never seen this or even heard of it, so this can be interesting. This is the conspiracy theory. Wait, was that Puff? No, that one was the Puff one. What happened to the other one? What did I do with it? We'll look at that one too if I have time, Puff. Oh, it's right there. All right. It might not let me bring it over to my other screen. Let's see. Open. All right, there we go. Stop. Bring you over here. Yeah. So did Anonymous stop Karl Rove from rigging the election? And I have Anonymous kind of talking shit. I'm not sure if this is like the real Anonymous. It's 88.9K subscribers, Anonymous News. I'm pretty sure it's not the real Anonymous, but maybe. But I like what they say, so we might watch a little bit of that. We'll check this out. I don't think I've heard of this.
At around 11:25 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on election night, Karl Rove knew something had gone terribly wrong. Minutes earlier, Fox News called the key battleground state of Ohio for President Obama, sealing his re-election. But as the network took live shots of jubilant Obama supporters celebrating their victory camped outside the Obama re-election headquarters in Chicago, Karl Rove began building a case against that call that his employer's network, Fox News, had just made.
We got to be careful about calling things when we have like 991 votes separating the two candidates and a quarter of the vote yet to count. Even if they have made it on the basis of select precincts, I'd be very cautious about intruding into this process.
Rove was supremely confident that the numbers coming in from Ohio throughout the night that favored President Obama.
Yeah, no, like Right Turn is Russian media.
Were not indicative
I
of
have
who would
watched
win
some of their
Ohio when
stuff.
all the votes were ultimately tabulated by that state's computers. With a quarter of the vote still out there, Rove was anticipating a shift to the right just after 11 p.m., which, coincidentally, is exactly what happened in 2004. That year, John Kerry and the entire nation, especially Karl Rove, were watching Ohio just after the 11 p.m. hour. Florida had just been called for George W. Bush, and according to the Electoral College math, whoever won Ohio would win the election. And considering that exit polls from the state showed John Kerry with a substantial lead in Ohio, there were a lot of tense moments for Karl Rove and the Republicans that night. Then the clock struck 11:14 p.m., and the servers counting the votes in Ohio crashed. Now, election officials in Ohio had planned for this sort of thing to happen. They had already contracted with a company in Chattanooga, Tennessee called SmartTech to be their backup, their fail-safe, should the Ohio servers crash and go down. As journalist Craig...
I believe that this would be the Right Turn American outlet, so I'm not sure how directly they're propagated by Moscow, right? Like I think the American branch of Right Turn is supposed to be more independent. But again, like I just knowing where they come from, I always take it as what it is. Especially like what I know about George Bush is he was pretty hard on Russia. Russia really did not like George Bush. They really did not like Karl Rove. But again, like this does kind of fit into, and I'm not aware of this. I'm going to have to see if I can find much more about this. I wouldn't put it past Karl Rove to have figured out a way to do it. He was pretty ingenious with his politics. And if he could do it, then yeah, it could be done again.
Younger lays bare in his book, Boss Rove, Smart Tech was drenched in Republican politics. One of the early founders of the company was a man named Mercer Reynolds, who used to be the finance chairman of the Republican Party. Smart Tech's top client was none other than the Bush-Cheney campaign itself, and Smart Tech also used to do work for Jeb Bush and the Republican National Committee. And it was Ohio's Republican Secretary of State Ken Blackwell who made sure that Smart Tech got the contract to count the votes on election night if the Ohio servers crashed, which they did at exactly 11:14 p.m. 60 long seconds later, the servers came back up in Ohio. But now with the vote rerouted through Smart Tech in Chattanooga, and Bush's prospect for re-election were suddenly a lot brighter. The vote totals that poured into the system from Smart Tech's computers in Chattanooga flipped the exit polls on their head. The lead that John Kerry had in the exit polls had magically reversed by more than 6%, something unheard of in any other nation in the developed world, giving Bush the win in Ohio and thus the presidency for another 4 years.
I remember the night. I remember like we thought Kerry was going to win despite the Swift boat bullshit. And yeah, it turned real fast. I remember that. But I think I was pretty drunk at that point in the night as well. So, but I think I remember that.
Unger further explains in his book that the only independent analysis of what happened in Ohio was done by Richard Hayes Phillips and published in the book Witness to a Crime. Phillips and his team analyzed more than 120,000 ballots, 127 poll books, and 141 signature books from Ohio's 2004 election. Phillips found 0 irregularities in vote totals from all the counties that reported results before the servers crashed at 11:14 p.m. But of the 14 counties that came in after Ohio's election computers were reset by smart text computers in Chattanooga at 11:14 p.m., of the ones that came in after that, every single one of them showed voter irregularities, and all of those irregularities favored George W. Bush. For example, consider Cleveland's 4th Ward. In 2000, Al Gore won 95% of that vote in the 4th Ward, in that ward. But in 2004, the county reported its results after the 11:14 p.m. crash, and it showed that Kerry had only won 59% of the vote, a 35% drop without any explanation. There were several other abnormalities across Ohio's post-server crash that accumulated to deliver that state to Bush. John Kerry never protested the election, and to this day, these 2004 voter abnormalities have never been addressed. So the question is, on election...
That's another problem too. Like the whole process is rushed, right? Like, so, you know, in order to really understand if an election is free and fair, you need to be able to look at those elections, right? And you're under pressure to, you know, to see the election like the moment they're calling it for the other guy now. Like, you know, like when Trump didn't do it, it was a big deal, right? Like it was a huge deal because, you know, like even Al Gore eventually was forced to say he lost. and you get like we definitely know now that he did not lose that election. So it does seem like if this is true, which again, it's right turn, but that would be several elections now that it does seem like Republicans have really upped their election stealing game. And it would make sense, like if you're the ones actually stealing elections, you would accuse the other side of stealing elections. And it's like, you know, if this shit is even remotely true, why don't the Democrats do anything about it? You know, like how many elections are you going to keep losing until you become complicit in the whole sham that is America? It's kind of ridiculous.
Election night this year, when Karl Rove was protesting the call his network had just made in Ohio, was Rove anticipating a wave of unprecedented vote totals to swing the election back to Mitt Romney after a statewide server crash, just like happened in 2004? Perhaps. He did make the point that the race was about to drastically narrow, according to the Secretary of State's office. And as the Free Press reports, a number of odd similarities with 2004 began occurring in Ohio this year just after the 11 p.m. hour once again. Free Press writes, curiously, the Ohio Secretary of State's vote tabulation website went down at 11:13 p.m., as reported by Free Press election protection website monitors, and mentioned by Karl Rove on the news. This was 1 minute earlier than the time on election night 2004, when Ohio votes were outsourced to Chattanooga, Tennessee, and then the vote flipped.
All right, I will be right back. I'm going to run to the other room and check on my daughter. I'll be right back.
For Bush. This time, the Cuyahoga County vote, that would be in Cleveland, tabulation site went down as well on an election night. Only this time, when the servers came back up, the votes never flipped. President Obama's lead held, and he went on to win, while Karl Rove and Mitt Romney watched in slack-jawed amazement. We know that there was a parade of conservative talking heads in the days before the election predicting a landslide victory for Mitt Romney. Is it because they lived in a bubble, lacking pollster Nate Silver's facts and arithmetic that actually showed the president winning in a landslide? Could it be that Rove's election night freakout was just the result of this same election day ignorance held by all Republicans? Or was Rove genuinely shocked by what he was seeing because he knew that the fix was in, just like in 2004, and there was no way President Obama was going to win re-election? And if that's the case, why did his plan to steal the election not work? Here's where the story gets really interesting. Just a few days before Election Day, the hacktivist group Anonymous issued a video statement against Karl Rove. Anonymous is notorious for numerous cyber actions against the Justice Department, the Pentagon, the Recording Industry of America, the Motion Picture Association of America, even the Church of Scientology they took down. In the video released prior to Election Day, Anonymous warned Karl Rove that he was being watched.
Karl Rove, American Crossroads. We are anonymous. We are watching you. We know that you will attempt to rig the election of Mitt Romney to your favor. We will watch as your merry band of conspirators try to achieve this overthrow of the United States government. We want you to know that we are watching you, waiting for you to make the mistake of thinking you can rig this election to your favor. We want you to know that if we catch you, we will turn over all of this data to the appropriate officials in the hopes that you will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Then just 2 days after election.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I mean, I'm gonna have to look into this. You know, and I've heard talk like behind the scenes, Republicans have felt for a while like they've got elections locked. And it pretty much takes like this large movement like Obama had to kind of break that system. And I've always assumed that talk was referring to like they gerrymandered the gerrymander, right? Like, and Democrats are too pure-blooded to really gerrymander right. Like, they do it half-heartedly, and then when they get called out for it, they don't dig in like Republicans do. It's, again, playing the same game by two different playbooks. But this seems, you know, it seems like it could be even more nefarious than that. Again, but you would need that analysis to point you in the directions to go here, to really and to be able to investigate it. This would probably never be proven, you know, and if proven, then it's like, what are you going to do about it? You know, like Al Gore, even though he won that election, can't be president. You know, so it's like the only thing you can do about it is try to actually fix it, so you have like a true free and fair election system.
Election day, as the Republican Party was in full-blown despair and Karl Rove was trying to figure out what went wrong, Anonymous released a press statement claiming that they did indeed prevent an attempt by Rove to steal the election from Mitt Romney. The statement reads, "We began following the digital traffic of one Karl Rove. After a rather short time, we identified the digital structure of Karl's operation and even that of his Orca. This was an easy task in that barn doors were left open and the wind swept us inside." The Orca that Anonymous is referring to in the press release is a massive high-tech get-out-the-vote system created by the Romney campaign this year that was supposed to keep tabs on potential voters and coordinate with operatives to target who had and who hadn't voted on Election Day. Romney's communication director, Gail Gitcho, had this to say about Orca.
At 5 o'clock when the exit polls come out, I doubt we'll pay attention to it because we will have had much more scientific information just based on the political operation we have set up.
In other words, Orca should have known who won Ohio better than any exit polls could have predicted. But according to Anonymous, Orca had little to do with getting out the vote and everything to do with rigging the vote. As they claim, we coded and created what we call the Great Oz, a targeted password-protected firewall that we tested and refined over the past weeks. We placed this code on more than one of the digital tunnels and their destination that Karl's not-so-smart worker bees plan to use on election night. Anonymous alleges that these digital tunnels were leading to servers in 3 different states, not just Ohio. The release goes on to detail what happened on election night as Rove's operatives attempted to access these tunnels. Karl's speared Orca whale was breached, rotting with a strong stench across his playground, unable to be resuscitated. We watched as Karl's weak corruptors repeatedly tried to penetrate the Great Oz. These children of his were at a loss. How many times and how many passwords did they try? Exactly 105. So might this have really been the reason for Karl Rove's shock on election night? Under the guise of a sophisticated get-out-the-vote operation, had Rove and the Republican Party actually built up a massive system to steal the Ohio election? I
don't know. I think, you know, I don't know if, like, the people were around back then to do that kind of analysis, but I think that there would have been somebody that could have probably found that out. I don't know. I'll look at it a bit more. That was interesting. Thank you. So this was something else that I was told to look at. The conspiracy theory that got the NSA's top math whiz purged. Let's see what else. All right, we'll get back to that in a little bit. I want to get back on track because this next one is I think crucial to the whole theme. MAGA Christians are turning on, or that's not my title. Is the tide turning? That's my title. So these are Christians talking about what the fuck they're seeing. And I found this enjoyable. This is like TikTok shit. And I don't get on TikTok. So if I watch anything on TikTok, it's people watching TikTok.
If you see this, you were meant to. So stop scrolling and hear me out. We are living in the last days. And
I'll put that other one with my other anonymous thing.
And I cannot keep my mouth shut.
It looks like I'll be here for a while.
Hold tight, y'all, because her video is not going to go the way that you think. And also, thank you to Ginger for sending this to me because I had...
All right. So I should have just paused it. We'll start that again. Yeah, I'll put the anonymous one with the other anonymous one. Yeah, we'll check it out there.
If you see this, you were meant to. So stop scrolling and hear me out. We are living in the last days, and there is deception running rampant. And I cannot keep my mouth shut about it anymore.
Hold tight, y'all, because her video is not going to go the way that you think. And also, thank you to Ginger for sending this to me because I had not seen this. Actually,
I totally thought, all right, this is like TikTok rapture. You know, like today's rapture day or yesterday was rapture day. I don't know. We're all still alive. No horns sounding. And that's where I thought this was going, was like, all right, this is TikTok rapture.
I really want you to keep watching because I think this video is quite important. I'm going to show you a little bit more of it, and then I want to talk about it, especially about the comments that were left in response to what she has to say.
Always been a Trump follower. I have, loud and proud, was in the MAGA movement since it came down the escalator. I've been to numerous rallies. I have been on an intercessory prayer line for this man, like with other leaders in our country, praying for him every Sunday, and then I was also at his inauguration. I was a huge Trump supporter. After Charlie Kirk died, I asked God to reveal to me the true evil in this world. Give me the stomach to handle it, and give me the courage to expose it. I cannot sit back and keep quiet about what the Lord has revealed to me, especially when it comes to this administration. It is pure evil. It is divisive. It is satanic.
Oh, I was muted. All right. Have to do it at least once, right? Have to do it at least once. So, all right. So, yeah, that sounds interesting. I moved it up. We'll put it ahead of the other anonymous one, so it's right there. This is interesting as well, so we'll watch it after this.
And the blind, the worshiping of this man is idolatry.
I was waiting for it. Like, more and more Christians are starting to call out like the cult shit, right? And I thought this was going to be TikTok rapture. No, this is like more and more MAGA Christians are waking up to the fact that they are sinning their asses off.
And Christians are being led to the slaughter. Wake up. Wake up. I'm guilty too, I have to say. So I understand. I understand the love and devotion to Donald Trump. Guys, hear me when I tell you, this man is no good. He is on the Epstein list. He is totally funded, totally compromised by the Israeli government. In the just the rhetoric of this cabinet and the way they are lying to us about the shooter of Charlie Kirk is just absolutely sick.
She goes on to exhort Christian Trumpers to come out from under this and tells them basically that, like, Donald Trump is an evil man, the regime is evil, and that it was Charlie Kirk's death that really woke her up to this, that got her to, like pray, and then the Lord revealed.
Yeah, more and more people just like this Charlie Kirk shit. Well, it's honestly disgusting what he's done with it, and it's breaking through the cult. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have his hardline supporters, but a lot of people don't like what they're fucking getting right now. And like I said, man, it seems like, the MAGA wave is cracking, and the tide might be turning here, because the more and more people he loses, the weaker and weaker he is.
To her, that like Donald Trump is, I don't know, the Antichrist, a false prophet, a golden calf, whatever. I'm not gonna lie, I was really floored by this video. Again, thank you, Ginger, for sending it to me. I know that in the last couple of days I've talked a lot about the backlash effect and how it's really important when the Trump regime does something terrible and awful that they have to experience a backlash for it, that we have to make it come back and bite them in the butt, that everything they do is an opportunity for us to create backlash. And sometimes it's like an entirely unforced error. Sometimes it's something like Trump. There doesn't even have to be any effort on the part of the resistance movement. I think this is what we're seeing here. So many people were really, really scared by the response from the regime, especially at the Charlie Kirk Memorial, the kind of like really awful divisive rhetoric that we saw from Trump and his son and other people, Charlie Kirk's widow. And yet we're seeing here in this video, and I have also seen posts from folks on the Book of Faces that echo this sentiment. Like, they really believe that something is suspicious. They don't think Tyler Robinson they think he's a fall guy. They think he's a patsy. And they think they're being lied to by Trump. Now, whether they're believing Candace Owens' version, I don't know. But
I'm not sure if I'm looking at any of that today. No, not looking at any of that today. But yeah, I'm seeing like just more and more, Trumpers, like really just leaving, jumping off the Trump train over this Charlie Kirk bullshit. Because like the story that they're feeding just doesn't make no fucking sense. It doesn't make no fucking sense.
Folks I've seen on the Book of Faces very much echo what this woman is saying, that they were real like deep into the cult of Trump. They really adored him. And the Epstein list was the first big crack. And then what they're being told by the regime about Charlie Kirk's death is the second big crack. I'm fascinated by this. Christian MAGAs are peeling off from him. There's a backlash being created by his own supporters. I know a lot of us who are being targeted by the regime because, maybe we voted for Kamala Harris, or Donald Trump has decided that he's going to frame everybody who was not in sackcloth and ashes over Charlie Kirk as part of the radical left and, like domestic terrorists with a T. And that's really scary, right? The whole point is that.
And I don't know, like it's going to ramp up. I just saw something, I don't see it anymore, but like some kind of like facility was shot up. I think an ICE facility was shot up today. Several injured. I haven't looked into it yet, but I saw some like news clipping on it. So like it's only going to ramp up the more times that shit happens. And like how at this point it's like I don't think I can't believe any left wingers doing the shit right now, considering like just the atmosphere we're in. This has got to be like shit that I've never been one to think like these agencies were doing black flag operations anymore in this country, but goddamn, I don't know, man. This shit, like, it just doesn't make sense for like lefties to be going out and trying to start a fucking war. Like I have to look into what's going on, but it's only going to get worse and worse. Like every time anything bad happens, it's going to be the radical left. And it's going to be another reason to go farther and farther.
He's trying to scare you into not standing up against him. The whole point is threats and intimidation and bullying you into silence. To see the actions of the regime, to see the fallout of Charlie Kirk's death, be this response that I really did not anticipate, I think is fascinating. also, like, how can we use it? How can the pro-democracy movement use it? Because anything that causes somebody to wake up and realize, like, holy shit, I have been supporting a man who is destroying this country, he's been lying to me, y'all. Anybody who can wake up and have that realization, come on over to the big tent of people who are resisting fascism and are standing for the Constitution. I'm sure we don't agree on anything else, but if we both agree that Donald Trump is a threat to democracy and that he's a liar, we can work with that. That is a starting point. Again, it's not just a couple of boomer white dudes on the Book of Faces, and it's not just this woman. The comments on her video, fascinating. Here's just a few of them. So many people who are like, I'm a Christian, but not a Trump Christian. Welcome to the awakening. This isn't right versus left. We, the people, have more similarities than we have differences. Yes, we've been trying to tell people to wake up to this for years. They all fell for the Q psyop. Liberals and conservatives might not ever see eye to eye, but we can't hate each other. We are all Americans, and we are being played. We've got to start sticking together for all of us. Trump is scared. You are right about Israel controlling him. I know God is in control. I take great comfort in that. The puzzle pieces are coming together. It's time to remember that we only have each other, and politicians or the ultra-wealthy do not care about us. It's time to reach across the aisle and unite. This is our country. Lots of comments that were like, Trump lost my loyalty because of the Epstein files. There's a lot of people saying that the Epstein files were the final straw for them when it came to Trump. There were a lot of Christians in the comments who said, you know, I walked away from Trump 5 years ago or 2 years ago. I'm going back to reading my Bible and praying for discernment. Like, God told me that Donald Trump was not a good man. I am on Team Jesus. My eyes.
Yeah, it's like if you're a Christian and you promote family values, and you're not some like uber fundamentalist, you know, cuck, like CJ Cox or whatever, then yeah, you can't look at this dude and be like, oh, that's a Christian. That's the Christian I want to emulate. Right. And it's got to just, you know, when he's not doing the things that made you vote for him again, you know, fixing the economy, making groceries cheaper. You know, he's not doing anything to like heal the country, to unify the country. He's espousing hate. Like, I hate my enemy. That's the difference between me and Charlie Kirk. He loved his enemy. I hate my enemy. Like, that's like, most Christians are going to be very turned off by that. Like, most Christians aren't these fucking people we argue with on YouTube. They're like decent human beings that actually read the red letters. Like that they read the red part of the Bible. That's the part of the Bible they really read and pay attention to.
Have been wide open. So
the
happy to see the Lord revealing to his children where our focus should be. Loads of conservative Christians in the comments, y'all. It isn't left or right, it's us versus the elites. Thank you, brave patriot. It takes courage to put truth and values over the narrative you were told. Loads of Bible quotes. Having a form of godliness, but denying the power thereof. From such turn away. Lots of references to, like, is Trump the Antichrist or a false prophet? Everyone, left and right, needs to come together and realize they, meaning the regime, don't care about average Americans. Also interesting.
You know, and that's something like Bernie Sanders has been showing. He's been going into a lot of red districts, talking to a lot of Trumpers. And a lot of Trumpers, you know, they think the same things that we think. They just don't understand the politics behind it. Like, a lot of Trumpers understand that billionaires are the enemy. And they understand, like, they thought, like, Trump was going to be their billionaire that was going to, you know, change shit. And he's not doing that, right? Like, so, like, a lot of these people, you know, actually have some very left-leaning things when it comes to who they think is actually responsible for their woes. They just don't. To them, socialism has been demonized so much that they can't associate that with the politic of socialism, right? They don't understand that socialism is the politic. It is the economics that addresses that woe, you know, and Bernie Sanders is making a lot of ground, but Bernie Sanders is also probably not going to run again. And it looks like, AOC is gearing up to run, and it's going to probably be a fight between her and Gavin Newsom. And that's if we even have an election.
Interesting. Several folks in the comments talking about James Tallarico in Texas and Governor Andy Beshear of Kentucky, professing Christians who do not stand with Trump, who stand for democracy, dignity, respect for our fellow Americans. Thank you for sharing. As a pastor, I'm glad to see people's eyes being opened. Loads of folks saying we should be worshiping God, not the president, talking about the idolatry of the cult of MAGA. I'm a Christian who voted for Trump too, and I came to the same conclusion as you. Deception at a mass scale right now. The falling away of the church is happening now. As a 3-time Trump voter, I feel exactly the same as you. Sadly, there are many who still keep refusing to see the red flags. The question is, what do we do from here? How do we get the voice out there? What do y'all think of this? Because I'm really intrigued. Is there potential for a building Christian movement?
That's fascinating to me, because I think most Christians are actually decent people at their core. And if you're going to expect them to let you protect PDF files, that's a bridge too fucking far, yo. And then a lot of Charlie Kirk fans are not appreciating how, they try to say that we are disrespectful or we politicize Charlie Kirk. But a lot of Charlie Kirk fans are really pissed off how this administration has been weaponizing the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and how they're not giving accurate information about the assassination of one of their own. That's creating a lot of shit in MAGA land. And, Trump's trying to put on a brave front, but if you look at him, the dude is wearing down from his illness, from his age, from his dementia. The dude is wearing down. So Puff sent me this. This is the conspiracy theory that got NSA's top math whiz purged. Let's check this out.
I want to explain the whistleblower complaint behind Tulsi Gabbard's conspiracy theories about Barack Obama.
People who say, well, Tulsi, this is just your view or your interpretation. No.
I really didn't think we were going to have to do this because the claims are so flimsy. But the other day, Tulsi Gabbard fired 37 people.
Some of those folks and those 37 individuals that we revoked directed the revocation of security clearances from today by under the direction of President Trump. They aided and abetted in this action, this seditious conspiracy.
And that includes one of the NSA's top mathematicians, a guy by the name of...
I remember a time when Tulsi Gabbard was a rising progressive star. She was coming in hot from the military, fucking talking a really big game. I was hoodwinked. She was the first Fetterman, right? Oh, what a fucking heel turn by Tulsi Gabbard that she's made over the course of the past 20 fucking years, man. I thought she was gonna be Bernie Sanders at one point, way back in the day. I'm like, holy shit, we've got a fighter here, and what a fucking heel turn she took.
Vin Nguyen, and also fired a woman named Shelby Pearson, who was in charge of analysis for the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. So 2 super important intelligence officers fired, and both of them were fired based off the same whistleblower complaints.
There is irrefutable evidence that detail how President Obama and his national security team directed the creation of an intelligence community assessment that they knew was false.
That her ridiculous conspiracy theory about Barack Obama was based on.
They knew it would promote this contrived narrative that Russia interfered in the 2016 election to help President Trump win, selling it to the American people as though it were true.
And so I wanted to go back and talk about where it came from.
Did you want President Trump to win the election, and did you direct any of your officials to help him do that? Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
So this whistleblower in 2016 was in charge of intelligence for compromise of voting machines.
The Department of Homeland Security identified 21 states that Russian government hackers targeted during the 2016 election. While they were clear that there was no tampering with actual votes, one state, Illinois, did have personal information of voters exposed. The others were likely scanned for vulnerabilities.
He's got an East Asian background, not a Russian background, so he was coming at it from a different direction. And he was tasked with somebody else to track those. Before the ICA...
All right, so, like, just, yeah, right there is just... All right, so, like, these Trumpers and Trump himself will go around saying, Russia, 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 you know, hoax, hoax, hoax. But, like, right there, like, Russia tried to hack the fucking states for Trump. They just weren't allowed to. But they did influence the election through their cyber campaigns. And you know, it's just the way I remember it. I didn't read the whole damn thing. You know, I read like summaries of it. I saw a lot of reporting on it, but the way I remember it, it was like he was never found innocent, right? Like it was pretty much punted to Congress. Like, here's the information. You should probably investigate this further. And they just didn't. Trump ran with, you know, Russia, Russia, Russia. And, you know, that dossier, we'll never know if it was true or not. But to say that it was proven false is not true. It was just some of it wasn't proven. A lot of it was proven.
This whistleblower, his boss, we think it's Wynn, said, you know, stop worrying about that one compromise. It's something else. And fine, whatever. There were 3 versions of the ICA. One was super classified, one was classified, and one was unclassified. And he was asked to scrub the classified one from an analytical standpoint. When he was doing that, so literally at the very last minute, he's like, why are we approaching foreign media in the way we are? Why are we looking only at Russian foreign media rather than look at all these Western European entities that are complaining about Donald Trump? Finally, when they got to a finding that Russia wanted to influence the election rather than just interfere in the counting of the election.
According to the U.S. intelligence community's assessment, the campaign was directed from the very seat of power in Russia, Vladimir Putin himself, and it had at least 3 elements: online propaganda, hacking into and exposing political organizations and individuals' emails, and targeting state election systems.
He didn't back the main finding about that. And this is, of course, the same claim that Tulsi Gabbard is making.
The Intelligence Committee's oversight report reveals that CIA Director Brennan overruled senior CIA officers who challenged the Obama-ordered intelligence assessment, stating, quote, "We don't have direct information that Putin wanted to get Trump elected."
In his whistleblower complaint, one of the bases is exactly the same thing she used when she first rolled out this conspiracy theory.
The Presidential Daily Brief, drafted on December 8th of 2016, stated that no Russian or criminal actors impacted vote counts. This document was pulled just hours before it was to be published due to, quote unquote, new guidance.
Which is that there was a change in judgment
for this Obama-directed new intelligence assessment. Again, stating and alleging that Putin, Russia, tried to help Trump win the election.
What she's actually doing is conflating a judgment about the voting machines to a judgment that incorporates the DNC hack and leak.
The hacked information was released using WikiLeaks, the Guccifer 2.0 persona, and the site dcleaks.com. The intelligence community linked the hacking groups, dubbed APT-28 and APT-29, or Fancy Bear and Cozy Bear, to Russia's military intelligence service, the GRU. The CIA determined that the hacks were part of Russia's efforts, not just to undermine confidence in the election, but to actively help Trump win the presidency.
So it's not analytically sound. It involves believing that voting machines are the same thing as DNC servers. And the source of that is this whistleblower. So he didn't back this finding about Russia. You know, you can sort of grant him the benefit of the doubt because, 1, he was approaching it from the voting machine perspective, and 2, he was compartmented out of what we now know is SVR intelligence that showed, for example, that Vladimir Putin approved the hack and leak himself. Nevertheless, it gets worse because in mid-January, he had a conflict with his supervisor, again, believed to be Wynn, where Wynn said, I really want you to back this Russia influence finding. And the whistleblower was like, no, you either show me the intelligence or I'm not going to do it. And Wynn said, I really want you to, so that the Defense Intelligence Agency joins this finding. Now, at this point, it's sort of a stupid complaint anyway, because this was weeks after the ICA was released. And we know that because this whistleblower now bases his reason for objecting to everything, and this is the source of his paranoia, based on a rumor about how James Clapper responded to what he claims was Jim Comey's decision to brief the dossier to Donald Trump. So you can imagine what happens, right? So he doesn't know about the dossier. He doesn't know that the dossier, based on an agreement by all three top spooks, was going to be included in the most classified version, but not affecting intelligence at all. And then the dossier blows up in early January 2017, partly because Jim Comey briefed it to Trump. He then smells a rat. He thinks that the intelligence he didn't get to see, which he was compartmented from, which is SVR intelligence, not the dossier, is the basis for the finding about Russia. And frankly, you still see this in Tulsi's conspiracy theories. It explains where her conspiracy theories come from.
We now know that one of the source documents that the Obama administration used in the creation of this intelligence assessment in January of 2017 was none other than the discredited, unverified Steele dossier.
But it is based, by his own telling, off a rumor about how James Clapper responded to the inclusion of the dossier in that briefing for Donald Trump.
The dossier was referenced in the intelligence assessment's main body text and further detailed in a 2-page assessment annex. John Brennan lied, and he denied using this dossier in this intelligence assessment that President Obama ordered because he knew it was discredited.
That's early 2017. Maybe we can grant him that. He doesn't launch a whistleblower complaint at that point. It's not until 2019 where he is given a FOIA response which says, we want you to look at the dossier for this because Shelby, so he believes this is Pearson Shelby, may or may not be, believes this should be responded to by the NIC, meaning him, as the dossier, quote, was a factor in the 2017 ICA on the election interference in which an assessment of the document was added as an annex. So please review this and see, this is for a FOIA again. Please review this and see if you can find any references to the dossier. And he goes nuts, right? Because remember, he has a conspiracy theory that the findings that he disagreed with are rooted in the dossier rather than in this SVR intelligence, that's stuff stolen from Russia. And he loses it. He was like, I was not in all compartments. At no point did blah, 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 and this may be Wynn, suggest there was any analytically significant reporting that I was not seeing, with the exception of compartmented material. At no point did I see or consider what I gather is or represented to be dossier materials. So you see what happened is he gets a FOIA. Somebody says the dossier was included as an appendix. An assessment of the dossier was included as the appendix. And he assumes it says something radically different. He assumes that it says
that one of the source documents that the Obama administration used in the creation of this intelligence assessment in January of 2017 was none other than the discredited, unverified Steele dossier.
We know that's not true. In fact,
yeah, so it's like they know stupid people will believe this, and you can debunk it all you want. A lot of stupid people are going to believe it because they've always hated Obama because they were told that they had to hate Obama, and Obama wasn't that very much different than them, than just the standard fucking politician, corporate Democrat hack.
One of the things that's crazy about this conniption fed is there was so much that was in the public realm, including that the dossier had been included as an annex to the ICA. At some point you have to wonder whether he's feigning ignorance. And then he responds again, and he presents it as a binary choice. If the dossier material was used by the NIC, unless it is also compartmented, my NIO, again meaning Wynn, intentionally deceived and excluded me from the things I was cleared for and had need to know throughout his entire tenure here. I prefer to think that isn't true, but if it was, we have a problem. And then he says, if instead Shelby or possibly Wynn are misspeaking about what the NIC was considering in its analyses, it's a pretty reckless idea to fling out an official correspondence email. And of course, that's the irony, because he's the one flinging shit out. And he's the one who's wrong about what happened with the dossier. The dossier was included as an annex, but it very specifically said, quote, we have only limited corroboration of sources reporting in this case and did not use it to reach the analytic conclusions of the CIA, FBI, and NSA assessment. And importantly, it was compartmented because what they did in that assessment in one passage was to compare what the dossier said with stuff that.
And that's exactly why they never charged Obama like they said they would. You'll never see them charge Obama because they know they're just lying. All of MAGA is just one giant lie.
Was in that compartmented intelligence. So it was classified at that compartmented level, not because of the dossier itself, but because of that comparison discussion. Anyway, he blows up. He just blows up. And that's when he first starts filing a whistleblower complaint. But the other thing he did is he went back and he started seeing ghosts everywhere. So, for example, he had been approached by a law firm, not Perkins Coie, early in 2016 about voting insecurities. And he came to the conclusion retrospectively that that must be an attempt to influence the investigation. He then came to the conclusion that these intrusions, which the ICA publicly describes as cyber criminals trying to get data on Americans, he decides that no, that's instead Rodney Jaffe and Michael Sussman playing with DNS records. And he has no basis for this. And in fact, in his complaint, he cites a 2022 filing from John Durham that John Durham had to substantially walk back, that was based on false dates, was based on basically an attempt to get a tax on Rodney Jaffe, not based on actual facts. So his conspiracy theory is based on a abusive legal filing, and that's it. And frankly, Tulsi didn't declassify where his DNS conspiracy theories came from, probably because they wouldn't hold up. And then he tries to reach out to Durham's team. He finally gets in touch with them in spring of 2022, and they're like, look, we've got some trials to deal with. Maybe we'll get back to you later. And he gets infuriated that they don't get back to him later without thinking that, particularly at the Sussman trial, the DNS theory was proven to be a shit show, right? At the Sussman trial, the assumptions that Durham had and that two FBI guys had, and therefore by association that this whistleblower had about DNS, were all wrong. They were wrong about the source, wrong about the validity of the anomaly. And he's stewing at this point. He's like, why won't they call me back? And so he keeps stewing until 2023, until 2025. And then Tulsi comes in.
We're here today because the American people deserve the truth.
And because he is saying precisely what Tulsi wants to hear, what Donald Trump wants to hear, all of a sudden, these wild conspiracy theories, which at this point, by 2023, when he filed his complaint, James Clapper's testimony saying that they had a plan in advance to brief the dossier.
Our whole point, though, in briefing then President-elect Trump about it was, I felt strongly, and I think we all did, that.
Yeah, so like, I mean, they've been really contriving to try to normalize locking up their political enemies, right? Like, so if Trump decides to run again in 28, wouldn't it be something for Obama to run against him? Like, I would much rather see an AOC, but I'd almost pay to see Obama versus Trump 28, right? I would pay for that. But it's all been this like normalizing of you know, arresting your political opponents, of trying to make these wild criminal associations where there is none. You know, it's a clown show, and the fact that anybody believes any of it is like, you're a fucking clown.
We owed it to him to warn him that it was out there, without respect to the content. The Russians will use compromise, whether it's real or contrived, in if they can, to exert leverage.
Meaning that rumor he based everything on was wrong. All the details about how the dossier was an appendix to the ICA, public. More details about the intrusions into the voter registration, public, developed. And so all of his bases for his conspiracy theories were debunked by 2023 when he was making these formal complaints. But he never went back and reconsidered his theories. Now he's been rewarded. If I understand his identity correctly, he, for a while, was serving in the White House in a cybersecurity function and now is involved in Space Force and probably involved in the Golden Dome, which is a giant boondoggle.
I want to talk about the proposed Golden Dome missile defense system. You're proposing spending not just $25 billion, but upwards of, I think CBO estimated this at least $500 billion, other estimates $1 trillion. I am all for having a system that would work. I am not sure that the physics can get there on this.
Back when he started, I think that the whistleblower was working in good faith, was trying to adhere to what he calls the religion of analysis. He was defending tradecraft, but having refused to go back and reconsider his conspiracy theory based on the fact that the bases for it had all been debunked 6 years later, he now is the one driving these personnel decisions, as a result, getting people fired who were really critical to keeping America safe.
No.
It's just fucked up.
The Epstein files.
It's fucked up. Yeah, and it's just like blatant. It should be so easy. It's like, we might skip this one. Been streaming for a while already, and it's almost time to call again. Alright, I still got a lot of shit to watch if I really want to. I'm not doing nothing, like I'm pretty much stuck here until I get my daughter's ketones right, and she is not giving me ketones. She doesn't feel like she needs to pee yet. And I'm like, man, come on. I'll feel better about it if I can get her ketones down, if she can go to school tomorrow and she can stay at school tomorrow, I'll feel better. I've got her blood in a really good place. All right, we might come back to the anonymous one. This is like the talk that we should be hearing. It should be a no-brainer on both sides. We need to impeach this man. This man needs to be impeached. For one, he doesn't have the mental cognition to be president of the United States. Like, he disgraced this country at the UN. He's disgraced this country so many times. We need a leader who can lead in times of tragedy. I think I got somebody coming upstairs. A light came on. Yeah. Thank you. So, yeah, this is what we need to be seeing, even if it means President J.D. Vance. Dog growling. So, yeah, I thought this was interesting. This is the first little thing that I've seen. Although I'm sure, like, it's all around. It's just my algorithm is still, like, I'm still trying to work on it. And I kind of, like, mess it up. I should watch more left-leaning stuff than I do, or lefty stuff than I do. I think I watch too much moderate, so I think it's messing up my algorithm.
Just had a chance to watch the president's announcement on autism.
Taking Tylenol is not good. There are certain groups of people that don't take vaccines and don't take any pills that have no autism. Does that tell you something? This is a very strong recommendation, maybe stronger from me than from the group, because they're waiting for certain studies. I just want to say it like it is. Don't take Tylenol. Don't take it.
Lots of
Tylenol going to be suing the fuck out of the United States. Like it's crazy, man. Like, we all want to see science lead to good therapy, good medication, and an end to autism. We all want to see that. Like, this insanity, this RFK Jr., Donald Trump insanity is harmful. It's harmful. And, if the First Amendment wasn't enough. Like he's trying to harm women that are pregnant. He's trying to harm children. He's like, disease is going to come back. This man needs to be impeached.
Falsehoods there, but a few things to keep in mind. Number one, the president wrongly says that if a child doesn't take pills, they don't take vaccines, that the risk of autism is 0. That is not true. We know that family risk factors, family genetics, environmental risk factors like air pollution, maternal age at first birth are big drivers of the increased incidence of autism. What isn't a risk factor for the development of autism is the use of Tylenol during pregnancy for pregnancy-related pain. He shouldn't be putting that message out there because some women need to manage pregnancy-related pain, and there aren't a lot of options out there to do so. Tylenol still proves to be safe and effective based on the best quality research. Number 2, he says regarding Tylenol,
with Tylenol, don't take it. Don't take it.
Again, what is he talking about? Sometimes you need to take a medication to relieve your pain, and Tylenol remains amongst the very few options, medication-wise, to treat pregnancy-related pain without harming baby. So again, best quality research he is ignoring. His team is cherry-picking data. They're choosing to only look at the data that they want to look at, which is correlative data, nothing that actually proves out causation. They even admitted it.
There's a statement that was put out by the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, and in their statement they write, acetaminophen remains a safe, trusted option for pain relief during pregnancy, and that's at odds with what you said and with what many of the experts say. How do you clear up this confusion?
That's the establishment. They're funded by lots of different groups, and you know what? Maybe they're right. I don't think they are, because I don't think the fact.
Maybe they're right, but I don't think they are. He's the president of the United fucking States. Yeah, I don't even know, but like, whatever it is, it's not this, it's not, and I mean, maybe it proves out that they, I don't see how, but maybe it proves out in the end, but you've got to test it. You've got to prove that science. But yeah, it's like autism's been around since before Tylenol. What the fuck is he talking about? What the fuck is he talking about? Like this crazy shit has to end. Like what he's doing to the Department of Education, USAID. I mean, just all the things, the First Amendment, the escalation of violence, saying he hates people that didn't vote for him. Like, this is the president of the United States. Everybody should be screaming to impeach this man.
Bear it out at all.
And there's a reason why the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists continue to recommend Tylenol for pregnancy-related pain, lowest effective dose if needed. If you have any questions, talk to your medical provider.
Hi, my name is Lex. I'm a nurse. I want to provide a little bit of light as to what is about to go down today regarding Tylenol and autism. Today, RFK Jr. and Trump are set to announce that Tylenol causes autism. There is no science that actually proves this. That should shock nobody. They are also likely going to tell you that leucovorin, folinic acid, is the cure. Now, what you need to pay attention to is the fact that iHerb, a company owned by Dr. Oz, sells leucovorin. Okay? Dr. Oz is also now the head of the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services, the CMS. Do you smell the corruption? This is the ivermectin gate all over again. Leucovorin is folinic acid. It's a form of folate. That's why the words are similar. And unlike folate, folinic acid has a really easy time crossing the blood-brain barrier, meaning going from the bloodstream and into the brain. Now, is there science linking leucovorin and autism? Kind of. Generally speaking, people will cite one of 4 randomized control trials, all of which had varying levels of effectiveness. They had different outcomes, and they had completely different ways of measuring those outcomes. In one case, efficacy was completely reliant on one specific genetic variant in the participant. Needless to say, the science is inconclusive and way more studies need to be done. And it is definitely not definitive enough for the president to be peddling his buddy's supplement company, because that's what's happening. I just thought you guys deserved to have a better understanding.
Yeah, and I've seen reporting on that, and there is indication that it could be helpful for some certain people, but it's not going to be any kind of cure for even those certain people. And yeah, it's just like the audacity of it all, like just the pilching of their own followers that are going to believe this shit. It's all a distraction. It's all an attempt to not talk about the Epstein files. It's like I honestly was hoping like it would be some serious announcement about autism, like some serious science breakthrough. Although like it's Trump, it's of course not. Of course, it's going to be the RFK Jr. anti-vax pseudo-science bullshit, and that's exactly what it was. And it's even worse than that. It's an attempt to hook up another one of his rich-ass friends. It's disgusting. It's disgusting.
Of this whole situation as a medical professional and as someone who knows how to read and say big words like acetaminophen, our country deserves better, smarter, more equipped people in leadership.
We either have a constitution or we don't, as my friend John Boniface says. We either have...
All right, I will be right back. Gotta check on my daughter and make a phone call and all that good stuff.
Have an impeachment clause or we don't. If we are not using the constitutional remedy for a tyrant in this moment, we are losing our Constitution right before our eyes. Right. I know that there is leadership in that building on the Democratic side that does not want to hear about impeachment. Don't touch the conversation about impeachment till the midterms. Oh, no. We're going to threaten some of our more vulnerable members. I have a wake-up call for them. There is nothing that makes them more vulnerable than standing down in this moment. This country is looking for leadership. This country is looking for action.
Yeah, the Democrats are terrified of even trying impeachment, which they have no power really to do it. Like, they can call for articles of impeachment, but it would never come about. Kind of like the call for Biden's impeachment. But like, I don't even think if they get power that they try to go for impeachment, just because they're so fucking terrified of it.
This country is not waiting for midterms that may not even happen to deal with this authoritarian president. I told you about that international perspective. I'm just going to share this long, nice note from one of my viewers on Lights On. Throughout these years, I always looked up to the United States as the symbol of freedom, democracy, and justice. Eventually, I made my way to what was once the great America, a nation I believe represented the highest ideals of human dignity and liberty. But today, what I see pains me deeply, perhaps even more than it pains many Americans. The America I admired has been disfigured before my eyes. To witness Americans endure this abuse so passively, almost mildly, is heartbreaking. Our democracy, the very foundation of America's greatness, is under grave threat. As long as a disgraced, criminally convicted figure remains in power, the nation cannot claim to be a true democracy. Instead, it resembles a collapsing state. Wake up, folks. This is what we're living through in 2025 in America right now. A collapsing state. One where the rule of law has been abandoned in favor of cultish loyalty and demagoguery. America tragically now mirrors the dysfunction of a third world country, not in wealth or technology, but in democratic credibility. If America is to reclaim its place as a beacon of hope for the world, it must awaken from this dangerous slumber. Silence in the face of tyranny is complicity, and the time to resist is now!
Number 1, unconstitutionally usurping Congress's power to declare war. Number 2, unlawful mobilization of military forces against civilian protesters in the United States. Number 3, illegal kidnapping, detention, and removal of U.S. residents. Number 4, illegal and unconstitutional removal of U.S. residents, migrants, and asylum seekers to...
Yeah, I would say all impeachable offenses. Like, president is not above the law, no matter what the Supreme Court is trying to fucking say. If he wants to do all of these things, there are checks and balances to that. He needs to run it through Congress. And he has the Congress to do that, and he just fucking doesn't. He just breaks the law and sees what he can get away with. It's fucking crazy. You know, my daughter gets to take a nap. You know, I had to come. I didn't. You know, I left work early. We got this under control, I think, but I need her to take her ketones, right? And it's very frustrating, but I'm going to let her sleep for a little while. Because, like, I've got her blood in a really good place, and it took a few hours to get it there. And it's in a really good place. So I want to see what those ketones are looking like. And but that's the thing with it, you know, it's... You know, make that phone call every 2 hours, get her in a good place, and these ketones should be coming down. If they're not coming down, I need to know that. You know, it's. But you got to be patient as a dad. You got to be patient. Yeah, she gets to take a nap. I mean, I guess I could have taken a nap instead of done this, but then I wouldn't be doing the things I need to do to get the damn ketones down.
Foreign torture prisons. Number 5, unlawfully attempting to deport immigrants for peacefully protesting. Number 6, unconstitutionally usurping Congress's powers. Number 7, defying court orders and unconstitutionally usurping judicial authority. Number 8, abusing his power to seek retribution against perceived adversaries. Number 9, co-opting and dismantling independent government oversight. Number 10, unlawful imposition of tariffs. Number 11, receiving foreign and domestic emoluments. Number 12, unconstitutionally usurping local and state authority. Number 13, abusing the emergency power.
Again, like this time, you know, the emoluments, the last time he tried to skate around that with that fake ass handing off his companies to however he went about that shit. Like, it was all bullshit, but at least he was trying to skirt around that. This time, he's just so far gone in his dementia, he just brags about it. He brags about the millions he's made going after news media. He brags about the billions he's fucking pilched as president, and he just brags about it blatantly and openly, gives absolutely no fucks. And again, it's one of the things that these psychologists point out that's just a clear indication that this man is deeply, deeply into his dementia at this point.
Number 14, abusing the pardon power. Number 15, corruptly dismissing criminal charges against Eric Adams. Number 16, depriving citizens of their birthright. Number 17, blocking efforts to secure U.S. elections. Number 18, planning the forced removal of Palestinians from Gaza. Number 19, engaging in unlawful, corrupt practices during the 2024 presidential campaign. These...
Yeah, and we just looked at, you know, the possibility of election tampering in the 2024 campaign. But 19 charges and grounds to impeach Donald Trump, and you could probably go farther than that. He doesn't care. And, you know, if Republicans had any integrity at all, they would have already been having committee hearings investigating the president's unlawful actions. They'd be forcing the Supreme Court's hand on whether or not the Supreme Court would actually use its own judiciary power to check the president, which it's proving time and time again that it's just not really willing to. 19 counts and counting for grounds for impeachment and removal immediately. And that's not even counting the 25th Amendment, because the president is not of sound mind. And he's got the fucking nuclear codes. And all that talk about Joe Biden, and it's proven true that all that talk was right? It was proven true in that debate, and it's been proven true since with his automatically late stage cancer. No, he had that shit all along, or at least for the last couple years of his presidency, at least. But where's the integrity? This man is far gone and should not be president of the United States. None of us like J.D. Vance, but right now, J.D. Vance should be president of the United States. That's the simple fucking truth of it.
Are the assaults on our Constitution and democracy that we are facing. There is no...
All right. I'm going to go and call these doctors back, see if I need to wake up my daughter and make her pee. And I am going to use the restroom myself, so I'll be right back. In fact, I don't know how long it's going to play, so we're going to take a little break just while I'm gone. I'm going to play something. I'm not going to get in trouble if it plays too long. So let's just go into my old shit. We'll play something while I'm gone. I could do like the screen down here, but I'm not going to. Content. I'll be back in just a moment. In fact, yeah, you know what? That's what I should do, honestly. Where was I at? Videos. Let you guys check out the 12 Tribes cult. What is up, you heathens and demons? Welcome back to the Raging Atheist. I'm your boy Nakasuchi. Today we're going to be looking at a crazy cult once again, and this one's going to hit a little bit home for me. I found out that this is branched out and it's now in my neck of the woods, and I'll talk about that later on, but we're going to start a 3-part introduction into the 12 Tribes cult. Now, if you didn't catch that said at the time of this documentary that there was 36 communities on 4 different continents believing in this crazy ass shit. But this documentary is really old. I mean, they're talking about shit in the 80s, and I think the documentary was made in the early 90s. And this cult has expanded because now this cult, the 12 Tribes, is in the very next town over from where I stay. In the very town that I work in. And I'm going to be trying to flesh these dudes out. I want to get a couple of them on camera. That's the ultimate goal. But first, in this 3-part series, in this 3-part introduction, we're going to find out what 12 Tribes is all about.
This is a place that's been set up where we can obey God all the time. all the time. These are goats, and they need to be milked twice a day. My name is Kashab Gil Aviv, and there's a meaning to that if you want to know the meaning. Okay. It means the springtime joy that comes from hearkening with the intent to obey.
Where'd you get that meaning from? Because that just sounds really weird to me. I've never heard of this kind of thing before. Your name kind of sounds Islamic, sounds Middle Eastern. Don't know where you got the meaning. Maybe you got the meaning from the Middle Eastern language, and that's what it means in, Islamic tongues. I don't know. I think it's weird. I think it's very weird, and I think it's weird you ain't got no grill. Old Toothless. I remember Toothless. That was a little peek back. I think, what was that, 6 years ago? 12 Tribes cult. We got a 12 Tribes cult right next to the town I live in. I've been trying to get on their compound. At one point, they were going to let me on their compound and film there, and then they started seeing my videos. And that changed. There's a lot of people think that there's this dude that went missing like 30 years ago at the compound there, and I want to find him for him if I can, but it's just been really hard to do it. They're really good at hiding people, the 12 Tribes cult. All right, back to this. All right, and actually, I still got to make my phone call, so I'll be right back. But I'll be right here.
Question that Donald Trump has violated his oath of office and is undermining democracy. We have to act now.
We are going to be introducing, in both the Senate and the House, the No Political Enemies Act. This is legislation that makes sure that the law is on the side of free speech and the right to dissent. Now, I wish this legislation weren't necessary, but it is now. Donald Trump right now is instructing his Department of Justice to go on the hunt for his political enemies. Attorney General Bondi has made it clear she is going to arrest people just for speech that she doesn't or the president doesn't agree with. That is bone-chilling. So we need to build new protections in court when a political opponent of the president is targeted by Trump's DOJ or his regulatory regime, simply for political speech. And so the No Political Enemies Act creates a specific defense for those that are being targeted for political reasons. It builds real consequences for government officials when they use the power of the government to target speech that is protected by the First Amendment. And it gives an ability to recover attorney's fees when someone is the subject of government harassment. This is a decision moment for the country. Conservatives who say that they support democracy and free speech need to speak up right now. Our Republican colleagues need to put the health of our democracy before loyalty to their leader. And this legislation, supported by a wide cross-section of free speech advocates and groups all across the country, is a tool for us to rally around.
Democrats in Texas might have a secret weapon you might not know about. After the Republicans gerrymandered the state in their favor, one star musician is jumping into politics, and some people believe he has a good chance at flipping a red seat blue.
I want to be a voice for my people, and I do believe in fighting for the little guy, because that's what we are. That's what we've always been.
Bobby Pulido, the Tejano music star with millions of listeners worldwide, is now on a different kind of tour. The Latin Grammy Award winner announced this week that he's running for Congress, attempting to flip Texas's 15th district seat from red to blue. And it's a good thing he's used to the spotlight.
Now that's that's one of the counties that became weak because of the Texas redistricting plan. And I'm really hoping that just the backlash from Trump is going to be enough. But it kind of seems like Elon Musk is on board again, so we'll see. Are they going to, they seem to think they have elections in the bag now. Like, Democrats are never going to win again. So I don't know. Hopefully these people are able to do their work and they can actually prove if these fuckers are stealing elections, because I mean, I have a hard time wrapping my head around the fact that Donald Trump won after January 6th. I have a hard time wrapping my head around that.
Because this race thrusts him directly into the center of the ongoing redistricting war between the two parties. The seat, currently held by Representative Monica de la Cruz, is seen as Democrats' best chance to flip a seat in Texas. Representative de la Cruz was first elected to represent the Texas 15th after the district was gerrymandered in 2021. And after Texas Republicans redrew their congressional district map again this summer, trying to re-engineer more red districts, this time at the direction of President Donald Trump, it ironically made the 15th district even more competitive. Pulido's race is extremely crucial for Democrats, hoping to take back the House and gain the ability to place checks on President Trump's post-midterm agenda.
The reason the midterms are so important is because the only thing that we have to do, the only recourse we have, is to flip the House. The House puts the brakes on him. It does. Right? And there's really not much.
And I mean, that's good messaging, especially like people that might not be anti-Trump yet, especially in these deep red states. They might not be anti-Trump yet, but they understand that he needs to be reined in, right? That's really good messaging.
Much else we can do.
It's no secret that midterm elections are often seen as referendums on the current administration. If people don't like what's going on in the White House, the whole party could struggle. And with the Trump administration seeing their approval rating slipping, they've tried to redistrict their way into maintaining power, not just in Texas, but in other states as well. If Pulido goes on to win his election in 2026, it may signal that the GOP's gerrymandering strategy in Texas blew up in their faces. So you're in for the win.
That's the goal. Yeah, because it's not a vanity project. It's not. It's a real thing. And I take it seriously. You can gerrymander the district, but you can't gerrymander Tejano culture.
Pulido is going to have to first win his Democratic primary before taking on Representative de la Cruz in the general election next year, and has been working hard to earn people.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the numbers, like, he's deported 2 million people already, but like Latinos are turning against him in massive ways. Like he had won them over. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, he had a chance to having like a decent legacy if he'd have really came in and tried to govern. He had turned. A lot of people really wanted to see an American system that worked. Really wanted to see somebody come in and actually try to do something about the corruption. But they didn't get that. Instead, they got absolute insanity, like just crazy shit. And that's why, like, people that support it, it's just you're a crazy person if you support it. This is beyond any norm at this point. At this point, it's just beyond any norm. And you're crazy as fuck to support this shit.
Votes. De la Cruz fired back after learning about Pulido's run, saying she is focusing on serving the district.
How do you respond to critics who might say, Bobby Pulido's a singer?
Yeah.
He doesn't have the credentials to serve in Congress. What would you tell him?
I don't disagree with him. If they were to say that, I don't blame them for saying that. That's why you campaign. That's why you talk about issues, to let them know that you actually are smart, that you actually know about what you're talking about. And I think I do provide a very unique perspective because I'm not into that. And I don't have to do it. But it is service. It truly is. You know, it's a big pay cut.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
you know, if you happen to win, you know, but I just feel like it's worth it.
In the new CBS News YouGov poll that's just come out, Trump is underwater.
You know, I honestly think, like, people... It's like, is my mute button not working again? I honestly think that, like, MAGA people hate Rachel Maddow because she just, like, spits facts. I mean, I've always liked Rachel Maddow. She spits facts, and she's fiery. I like fiery.
overall in terms of his approval rating by 16 points. Do you approve or disapprove of the way Donald Trump is handling his job as president? Disapprove by 16 points. Well, okay, but do you feel strongly about it? Turns out yes. The number of Americans who say they strongly approve of Trump is 24%. The number of Americans who say they strongly disapprove of Trump is 47%. That's almost double. So if you live somewhere with a lot of MAGA supporters and you're always hearing people say how much they love, love, love Trump and they've got Trump flags up and Trump bumper stickers and blah, 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 you should know that the people who feel very strongly against Trump outnumber Trump fans in this country by almost exactly a 2-to-1 margin. They take up a lot of space, but they are not even a quarter of the population. They are 2-to-1 outnumbered by people.
Yeah, it's a great point. Like, Trumpers are really loud. You know, they're loud with everything. Their clothing, their trucks, their flags, their speech, their venom in side chats. But really, I mean, there's not that many of them. A lot of the people that voted for Trump this time was just seriously like, fuck it. I mean, the Democratic nomination system this go around was a sham. Biden clung to power when he shouldn't have. It hurt the chances of having a legitimate run at it. And even then, by what we looked at earlier, Kamala still probably won. You know, but it was just, you know, it was a bad campaign strategy. You know, you wanted to see a younger candidate come in after Biden and really go at Donald Trump, and she just never did. And a lot of people, he really sold to a lot of people that he was the anti-war president and Kamala was going to start World War III. Yeah, so MAGA's core is like 25% of the country. Those loud and mostly older, but young white males as well. I call them beards. They're usually bearded. Yeah, it's about 25% of the country that are hardcore fucking MAGA. And the rest of us are all sitting here like, what the fuck is going on? Whether you're, you know, a true conservative Republican, whether you're a rhino, a never Trumper, a moderate Republican, a moderate Democrat, a Democrat liberal, all the way to the progressives, to the far left, we're just all sitting here like, what the fuck is this? Right? And the 25% of the country really, really love it, and they're really, really loud about it. And it's alarming that 25% of the country are completely and 100% without a doubt fascist.
Who strongly disapprove of Trump. And it's not just him personally, he is underwater on every issue, including the one he wants to be his best issue. Do you approve of Trump's handling of immigration? No. By a 12-point margin. Do you approve of Trump's handling of Iran? No. By a 12-point margin. Do you approve of Trump's handling of the Israel-Hamas conflict? No. By a 14-point margin. Do you want the U.S. government to put tariffs on other countries? No. By a 20-point margin. Do you approve of Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill? No. By a 22-point margin. Do you think the Big Beautiful Bill will help you or hurt you and your family? Hurt by a 2-to-1 margin. Well, what do you think about Trump's handling of the Epstein matter?
Almost.
Well, by a 50-point margin, Americans say they are dissatisfied with Trump's handling of this matter. The number of Americans who say they are somewhat or very dissatisfied by Trump's handling of the Epstein matter is 75%. The number of Americans who say they are somewhat or very satisfied is only 25%. That is a 50-point gap. Should the U.S. Department of Justice release all the information it has regarding the Jeffrey Epstein case? Yes. Yes.
All right. Oh, I did it again. Sitting here talking to no one. I still have a lot more to watch, but I've been streaming for a while. I'm going to pay attention to my daughter, get these ketones. Maybe we'll watch something together. I really want to be at work tomorrow. Man, I'm trying so hard to like save money to, I want to get my own place again. I need a new computer. I need programming. My daughter always needs shit. I'm trying to save money, and it's really hard if you don't do your full day at work. But I do have some interesting things I can still watch, like
I'd want to know why that happened. Okay, so
rebranding of Nick Fuentes. Maybe we'll watch it tomorrow or the next day. Maybe I'll find something else. But I think I'm going to get off of here. I've been streaming long enough. I think I have my daughter's ketones taken care of. I need to make sure I do. And if not, I need to make sure she's drinking Gatorade Zero. And right now she's sleeping. So I need to get her up and about sooner than later. And my ears hurt. And I'm tired of watching this stuff. Your brain can only take so much. But I'm gonna get back to like conversations. I think maybe I got a couple people that's gonna come in, so I think I'm gonna do a Friday afternoon open room. We'll see if we can spark off some conversations, and if they're gonna be genuine conversations, we'll see how they go. But yeah, I think I'm definitely tired. I've been doing this for a while. I came here to take care of my daughter. I came home early to take care of my daughter. I think I got her taken care of. I think we're going to avoid the hospital. So I think I'm going to relax and maybe, I don't know, throw on some Big Brother. I'm catching up on the last season of Big Brother. Watch something that my brain can be happy about watching, and then not all this serious shit that just makes me terrified for our country. But I think that, ultimately this whole stream has been a stream of hope. That there is cracks in MAGA. I don't think that most of MAGA is quite willing to go to, the extreme lengths this admin seems like they want to go. Again, I did see something about a shooting on maybe an ICE facility or something, so I'm going to have to try to find out what's going on with that. Really don't need an escalation of the violence going on. We don't need really anything popping off like... But I think we're seeing cracks in the MAGA wave finally. So all in all, positive stream, but the shit just blows your mind and makes you sick in the brain. So you gotta let your brain heal, and I'm gonna go let my brain heal. Hopefully soon we'll live on a round earth again, but the earth is still flat. Bitches.